We will now open the Suffolk School Board public meeting for the work session.
Madam Chair, I want to call to the podium Mr. Dave Lefebvre, our Coordinator of Student Safety. He will be assisted by Mr. Jonathan Rankin, who was the Chair of the Safety Audit Committee, to do their annual presentation on recommendations as well as a review of some of the safety protocols that the school system has put in place since the last Safety Audit Committee presentation. I will ask, Madam Chair, that probably after this presentation, we will try again for meeting attendance via electronic device for Ms. Byram. Mr. Lefebvre?
Of our School Safety Audit Committee. We've put together a PowerPoint discussing some of our recommendations to the board. We're excited about presenting them to you. We met monthly to discuss these issues, and if there are any further questions after the PowerPoint, we'd be more than glad to answer any and all of your questions. Mr. Rankin?
Good evening, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the school board. My name is Jonathan Rankin, and I'm the Chair of the Safety Audit Committee. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to present our report and recommendations during the 2023-2024 school year. The charge was given us to the committee back in October by Board Chair Riddick. The Safety Audit Committee, which I've had the honor of chairing for the second consecutive year, was established to evaluate the safety conditions in each school. Our mission is to identify and develop solutions for physical safety concerns, including building security issues and any patterns of student safety concerns occurring on school property. This work is critical in ensuring the well-being of our children, and I am proud of the commitment and dedication shown by our committee members. Would the committee members in attendance today please stand and be recognized? Travis McKinney, Melissa Zawadny, James Allen, Jewel Manley Hoffler, Rod Thompson, Brandon Randleman, Cynthia Devers, and David Lefebvre. Can we give them a round of applause? I'd like to express our gratitude for considering and implementing many of our recommendations from the previous year. Your support has been instrumental in enhancing the safety of our schools. Together, we have made considerable progress. Here are some key improvements made. Upgraded camera systems on high school football fields, initiated the installation of a crosswalk and light between Kings Fork High School and Kings Fork Middle School, purchased additional radios for all the schools, procured standalone metal detectors for all buildings, and added cameras on buses to monitor stop sign violations. For the 2023-2024 school year, the following safety measures have been implemented. Allocated safety support and security positions, otherwise known as S3s, to each school. Provided training for the new S3s this past January. Piloted the Raptor panic button at 3 schools with plans to expand to all schools next year. Conducted a safety camp last summer to train school safety officers, intervention specialists, in-school suspension and out-of-school suspension facilitators. Held additional safety training for all support staff this past March. Created and filled the position of Division School Safety Specialist, Mr. Judd Wilson. Is he here tonight? He's outside. Suffolk Public Schools has strengthened its partnerships with community organizations by conducting an active shooter drill with the Suffolk Police Department, SWAT team, Fire Department, and school officials. Holding monthly meetings with Suffolk Public Schools and Suffolk Police Department, and hosting 3 community events with Suffolk Police Department and the Commonwealth's Attorney's Office focused on bullying prevention, gun violence awareness, and gang violence awareness. Recommendations for 2024-2025. We have several key recommendations for the upcoming school year. Please note that these are preliminary estimates and may change based on cost, availability of supplies, and fluctuating needs. Additional SROs for elementary schools. Elementary schools currently share SROs with secondary schools. We'd like to hire 3 SROs to be exclusively shared among the elementary schools. The cost is approximately $90,000 per SRO, totaling $270 for the year. Camera and buzzer system for Transportation Department. There is a need for a new security system at the Transportation Building. It is recommended cameras and a buzzer system be installed for the office and mobile units. The cost associated with that is around $14,000. 6 elementary schools do not have external speakers. Should there be an emergency announcement, staff and faculty outside do not receive the message. It is recommended we rewire the existing systems to include external speakers. The cost associated with that would be $60,000 for all the schools. Finish upgrading the camera system on the high school football fields. Our recommendation would be to upgrade cameras on both the visitor and the home sides of the fields. The cost associated with that is $100,000 per school, totaling $300,000. Additional radios for the schools. Last year, the committee's recommendation was to purchase new radios due to the inability to repair the current HYT radios. The goal is to have a radio for every staff member. To do this, 200 additional radios will need to be purchased. That cost is approximately $50,000. Zero Eyes is a software that analyzes security camera video feeds and alerts authorities within seconds if a firearm is detected. Installing Zero Eyes technology on all camera systems would cost approximately $100,000 per year. Signage for visual audio recording awareness. Currently, the public may or may not be aware of visual audio recordings taking place in the buildings. In the spirit of disclosure, it is recommended signage be added to all the entrances. The total cost for 45 signs is approximately $110. The total approximate cost for these recommendations is around $794,110. These measures are crucial to ensure the continued safety and security of our students, staff, and visitors. A few observations moving forward. While our report has thoroughly addressed physical safety concerns, it has become increasingly evident that we must also focus on behavioral concerns. According to Section 2.2-2.71, number 3 of the School Board Policy Manual, the School Safety Audit Committee is charged with providing comprehensive safety recommendations, which includes addressing behavioral issues alongside physical safety issues. Upon reviewing last year's district climate survey, it is clear to me that behavior and mental health are significant issues within our school. The survey highlights alarming concerns about bullying, the perceived fairness of school rules, and instances of student aggression. A notable percentage of students report experiencing feelings of sadness, anxiety, and depression. Given these findings, it is imperative that our committee's work does not stop at physical safety measures. We must take a holistic approach to ensure that well-being of our students. Therefore, as the committee chairman, I am requesting that Board Chair Jenkins allow the Safety Audit Committee to continue meeting through the summer months. This extended period will enable us to develop and recommend strategies to address these critical behaviors and mental health issues effectively. We must recognize that student safety encompasses both physical and emotional well-being. Addressing these behavioral concerns is not just a necessity, it is our duty to ensure a safe and supportive environment for all students. Delaying action on these issues would be a disservice to our students and staff, and it is crucial that we take immediate and comprehensive steps to tackle these challenges head-on. Additionally, I believe that announcing upcoming citizen committee meetings on the SPS Facebook page and website will help increase attendance and involvement, making citizen committee efforts more effective. We, the committee, request feedback from the board on your decisions regarding these recommendations. It is paramount that student safety issues are not continually postponed from year to year. Notably, 4 of the 7 recommendations this year are carried over from last year. In closing, thank you for your time and consideration. We are committed to working together to maintain a safe and secure environment in our schools. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have regarding the safety issues discussed here tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rankin. That was a very good report, detailed report. I have, first of all, I just want to say, I think because of your committee, you all have the right to decide when you meet. It's not up to me. it's up to your committee to decide how many times you meet during the year. And I think tomorrow is when we will put out for our new, is it tomorrow? That there will be the new committees, people that want to join our committees, that will go out on tomorrow.
If I can add on to that, the information that we would need, that
Mm-hmm.
he's trying to address, is not going to be ready for us until late August. So actually meeting in the summertime.
That'll be a new
We
committee.
wouldn't have the most current up-to-date information, which
Okay.
we need to be able to host this, which is certainly something we can talk about at our next meeting.
Okay, absolutely. But I just wanted to let you know that you are in control of when you all meet and how many times between you and your committee, okay?
Very well.
And a few things that, if I can present some questions with your, I want to know with your active shooter drill, were you a part of that? Were you there when that happened?
So the committee members, the citizens on the committee were not present.
Okay.
That was something that takes place during the summertime.
Mm-hmm.
And we came to the committee in October. We were, the current members came in on October.
Okay. And the 6 elementary schools that you said that do not have external speakers, can you tell me which ones they are?
So I can pass that question to Dave. He can answer that question for you.
Okay.
Working with Mr. Littlefield, we have talked about some of the schools that currently don't have that. I know that we're talking about the MacBen, I believe, was one of the schools that didn't have. Northern Shores, Kilby Shores, Creekside. We were looking at the high schools, Kings Fork High School.
Okay. Okay, I was just wondering. And the last thing is when you're saying to be transparent and to announce the meetings and whatnot, I think we have done a very good job trying to be transparent and have our meetings on our board where people can see, you know, what's going on. And there's always room for improvement for things. So we will take that note and to make sure that the meetings are announced so we could have more participation from the citizens of Suffolk. So thank you very much. And I will go to Mr. Riddick first because I think you're the one that requested this, he said. That was what you said, you requested to have this presentation, so would you like to say anything?
Well, I always have many things I can say is what's permitted to be said versus what I'm able to actually say is the question. First and foremost, thank you for a very detailed report. I knew that back in October when I came to give this outstanding committee the charge, that because of the various backgrounds, we would get some tangible things done. And I knew the great work that they did in the previous year under Dr. Buck's administration would continue. And it gives me great joy to hear the presentation here. My concerns that I have, and I'm hoping that you or either Dr. Gordon could address this, is how much of the recommendations coming from this committee is already being, one, purchased in our current budget or could be added to current expenditures that we have, and have we identified which components or recommendations may be grant-worthy that we possibly could go after? And I'm going to delay there and allow you to answer that, and then I'll follow up with my other ones.
I was able to secure, along with Ms. Connors, a $334,000 grant that we're going to be using. A lot of that grant is going to be using for the Raptor system that we're going to be bringing in, where we're able to use our cell phones to be able to connect and increase the communication that's going on. Some of our funds for the actual radios that we want to purchase will come from that as well, too.
And I'll just add to Mr. Lefebvre's answer, and thank you for that, Mr. Lefebvre. So as you know, Mr. Riddick and board members, the Zero Eyes technology actually was a part of my budget request that will actually go into effect. Mr. Littlefield's been working with the team, so we'll begin starting that in July. As a part of the safety grants that we do with partnerships with the Department of Education every year, Mr. Littlefield previously would work with Mr. Lefebvre and Mr. Hines radio purchase, speakers, cameras. Mr. Littlefield, let me know if I'm forgetting anything else. Mhm.
Security cameras. We did some additional cameras this past year for this big grant at replacement cameras, we have cameras that we tried to build them this year. We did over 150 radios.
Yeah, that's good. And so one of the things that I want the board and our school community to understand is, as a part of the DOE grant, we actually have to choose, it's usually about 4 to 5 schools, because things are most of the times on a 4-year cycle. And we try to figure out what can go in the grant as well as what can be taking place with the operating funds. And then the additional grant that Mr. Lefebvre was speaking about was something different. So Mr. Littlefield already has a replacement cycle, as he mentioned, for the cameras, because our camera systems do have a shelf life. And that's always going to be our priority, as well as making sure that we stay up to date with technology. So that is something that we are going to continue. But I just wanted to make sure that the board understood there's usually about 4 to 5 schools per year that we get funding for from the DOE.
Thank you so much. My follow-up question is, have the committee been allowed to go through and out the schools and assess any potential safety hazards?
That's normally done by myself and Mr. Boone. We actually go through in the summertime and we do a safety audit of the schools, and we have a list of questions and things like that we go through, and that's what I actually bring to the committee. And I think that piece of it that's what kind of has led us for the last 2 years, and I think that's probably been more beneficial than anything else, and really get down to the direct things of what's the crisis of issues that we need to address immediately.
So the overall answer to the question pretty much is no, the committee members, the citizens itself, not the employees, the citizens itself had not had the opportunity to walk through and take any of that into consideration. So that's correct. My next question that I would bring up then is, have there's been any talk about a potential task force? Because I've been getting a lot of emails lately regarding safety of neighborhoods where our schools are located. Have there's been any talk about a task force of how we can create a better partnership between us and law enforcement? For an example, I'm looking at a grant now from the Department of Justice that could possibly help us alleviate some concerns in regards to safety and also the behavior climate that's going on in some of our buildings.
Not address the ones out in the community necessarily. We really address what's kind of going on in our schools with that immediate concern. Myself and Dr. Brown do meet on a monthly basis with our school resource officer, Lieutenant Foya. We meet with the SPD to talk about any and other concerns. We talk about, I'm on the gang task force committee, so we talk about a lot of things that are going in that respect. So we are in direct communication. And anytime something happens in any other school district, we're privy to that type of information that they're sharing with our committee and with Dr. Brown. So we are in the know almost as soon as things happen. We readdress where we're at, what are we doing, what can we do to improve, and then we move on from there.
Okay, my last question that I have is, at the VSBA for the last 2 years, there's been demonstrations regarding the check-through system that we use. I know the one we have does not come with the iPad that you don't even have to be there, but it's a device where I can be here and I can see who's coming in through the front, and it shows me exactly where. Have we explored the options of possibly going to that system versus the one we have now? I know the one we have now, I believe we own it outright. The other one would have to be a subscription, but I think we can get more bang for that one than what we currently have. Have that option been presented to the Safety Audit Committee?
No, that has not, but certainly something we can take a look at, absolutely.
And I would like to also clarify,
Yeah.
I have 10 minutes, right? I would also like to clarify that the reason this group was requested to come, because it's in line with board policy, that once you have a meeting, a report comes back to the board, and you all do great work, so it wasn't just to make sure we're all on the same sheet music here. It wasn't that I wanted to single any one particular committee out, as I wanted us to be in compliance with what our rules and regulations were. But I thank you for this very detailed presentation. I can tell that Mr. Lefebvre and Dr. Brown and the other committee members and yourself and Dr. Gordon and his team have worked hard together to get this done. And the proof is in to put it in a very detailed presentation with numbers and solid recommendations. And I think a lot of these things are things, Dr. Gordon, that me as a board member, I can't speak for the other board members, but I know I will aggressively go and look for additional funding and submit it to Dr. Gordon and allow that to be day to day. But as I come across grants all the time, and he and I have that relationship where I can give him the information, he do what he has to do without me interfering. But you all did an outstanding job. Thank you so much.
And Mr. Rick, I just want to clarify, and thank you for that, your last point. So our front door monitors have access to all the cameras. And Dr. Brown, Mr. LaFave, myself, Dr. Bird, Mr. Boone, we have desktop access to every camera in all of our schools that we can pull up and monitor. So the system that you're talking about, that's one of the different versions, but we already have one in place, and actually the one that we use for our web base is actually a little bit more sophisticated than that one. And all of our front door folks could not only see the folks that are coming to the front door because of the camera that's there, but they can also see all the cameras that are going on throughout the entire school.
Just when I referenced that, Dr. Gordon, it was a system that we both looked at the VSBA. When we walked through, they had an iPad, and it will alert you to where the weapon is on a person. It will focus in on their face. The metal detectors, not the overall cameras of the building, but just something that we possibly could use. So in the event that the worst case happens, we have a face, potential, identify what the illegal substance may be, so we can give our first responders more information to go on. But I thank you so much for the information and excellent presentation.
Thank you. Before we move forward with any more questions, can we allow Ms. Barham to come in at this moment in case she wants? That's what I was going to do a few minutes ago. It had nothing to do with 10 minutes.
Motion is needed pursuant to Virginia Code Section 2.2-3708.3, subsection B1, to allow Board Member Phyllis Byram tonight's public meeting of the school board through electronic communication means from her residence due to a medical condition that prevents her physical attendance at tonight's meeting.
It's a separate business item than the presentation. So we're deferring from the presentation to
So moved.
move to a new part of the agenda and resume back. Okay, I just wanted to know, I didn't know what was going on. Second.
Can we have a vote, please? It has been properly moved in second.
Board members, please vote. Board Member Dr. Brittingham.
Yes.
Board Member Dr. Brooks-Buck.
Yes.
Board Member Riddick.
Yes.
Board Member Slinglove.
Yes.
Vice Chair Howell.
Yes.
Board Chair Jenkins.
Yes.
Motion passed.
Thank you.
Good news. We understand from Mr. Littlefield and his crew that they have actually installed those cameras now at Lakeland High School for the football field. So we're super excited about that. Just looking for our two individuals.
Great. Dr. Buck, would you have any comments?
I was just going to say I'm very pleased with that, and we do this report every year. I just wanted to clarify something that I thought I heard, just to make sure that I heard what I heard. Each year as we change out the committee, you can meet, of course, when you need to meet, whenever you all decide to meet, but we'll change out the committee. And so the announcements are coming up, and I don't know when the new committee is going to be on, and they'll begin their work. So I just wanted to make sure we knew that, because the new committee will be coming on, and you'll have new people on your committee and the structure on your committee. So that's the only thing, but you all have done an excellent job, and I'm very pleased with the work that we began and the work that's been in place and the work that's going on. I feel comfortable about what is happening with our students, and of course, anything that will keep the children safe is something that I feel very good about. Thank you so much for what you all have done.
Thank you.
Mrs. Slinglove?
Thank you for this report. I do appreciate the thoroughness of the report. I had three things I want, one comment and then two questions. The first one, and Dr. Gordon knows this because we spoke about it very recently, when it comes to SROs, I am in support of an SRO in every school, dedicated to every school. I don't really want to see any SROs have to continue to be shared. That's something that I would personally like to see us work towards. I know that there's a lot of factors that play into it with regards to staffing at the police department, but I would ideally like to see each of the schools with an SRO in place. I have one question for Dr. Gordon, I'll ask in a minute, but I have another question here with regards to the, I think it was the radio system. So do all of our schools have radio systems? I mean, my understanding is I think there might be an intercom system in some of the schools, and is the radios replace any intercom systems that might be in the schools, or am I misunderstanding?
I believe it's an addition.
No, yeah, the radios that we have are in addition to what our intercom system already is. Some of our schools have a little bit of difficulty with the radios making it through the blocks. I mean, some of them, for like some Kings Fork High School. I have Judd Wilson, who's actually working with Raptor right now, with Motorola, to figure out if we can't put a system inside the building where it makes it easier for us to make those connections with our radios. The HYT radios that we have, we're not allowed to repair them any way at all. We got that from the Defense Department because there was something to do with the Chinese and the make of that. So we've been asked not to repair those, so once we've used them up and they're no longer functional, then we replace them with additional other radios.
Do we know if all of did you take a look at all the intercom systems within the schools to make sure that all of the classrooms have intercom systems that work, addressing, engaging with the front office and so forth? Because I want to make sure that was.
So most of the schools, we've replaced the intercom systems with the IP-based intercom system. That's monitored 24/7. The schools that have the new IP system, my department maintains and keeps those up going. The other schools, the older system, our facilities department takes care of. But
Okay.
All classrooms have intercom system. In addition, they also have a classroom phone that can dial 911.
Perfect, thank you. And then, Dr. Gordon, I know that there were some discussions about the monies and also a grant that was secured. When I look at this, and I may be looking at the wrong place in the budget, the monies that I see for facility and maintenance for security for this year's, what's allotted for this upcoming year under facilities and maintenance is roughly $698,000 in operating costs. I don't know how much of that is allocated. Are we able, this comes to a hefty $1.8 million for this next year. How much of this do you think feasibly we can cover of this $1.8 million? I mean, because if we don't have $1.8 million with the grants and other things, how is this going to be covered? And how would we decide, or how would the team decide what to prioritize?
So our priority is going to come based on the recommendations from not only this committee, but from Dr. Brown and his team. And as I said, the zero eyes we actually already had within the budget. You heard Mr. LaFave speak about the high school cameras that we've already installed at Lakeland High School's football field. One thing about the buzzer system and cameras at the transportation department, we got to remind everyone that's actually still a city facility. So we have to be able to check to determine if we are even allowed to do that. We will be able to probably end up doing the signage, but things will depend on, as bills are spent on each month, Ms. Forsman tries to figure out how much can actually be covered. So once Mr. Littlefield gets the information back from the state so that we'll know specifically what schools are up, then we begin to come back to this list and see what can be done. So I don't have a concrete answer for you yet, Ms. Slingleff, because remember, our budget is actually being finalized tonight. So we'll have to be able to take a look to see what will happen once grant money is in, installation costs, and overall availability as well.
Thank you.
Mrs. Barham, you have any comments? Can't hear you. You're on mute. still can't hear you. I'm going to go to Dr. Brittingham while we're trying to work on your sound.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I, too, want to congratulate this committee for an excellent report. Very grateful to both the staff and the citizens that sit on this committee and for the work that they did this year in trying to ensure the safety of not just our students, but our staff members as well. And I'm grateful to know that you've gotten your question answered about being able to meet. And so I would encourage you guys, to meet through the summer and look at some of the data that you talked about, that you presented us here, and start digging into that and see what else you can come together with and be prepared for when October comes and be able to share that with the committee as it is, and potentially any new committee members that are going to come on to that. So a little bit of work over the summer might save a whole lot of work going into the fall. So I am also excited about the S3s, or not the S3s, the SROs, sorry. And I echo what Ms. Slingloff said, what Board Member Slingloff said about having an SRO in every school. I think that if we really want to be serious about our student safety, our staff safety, we need to have not just SROs that are there that come and go and have to leave, but dedicated SROs. And I would like to see in our budget, $90,000 per school allocated, so $1.2, $1.3 million, whatever that is, worked into our budget so that moving forward, we know we have somebody on site that is professionally trained and ready to do the job of securing safety in our schools. So again, I thank you, Mr. Rankin, for being the chair of that committee, and for your citizen members, Mr. Lefebvre, and for your staff members. I appreciate the hard work that you guys did. Thank you.
Vice Chair Howe.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll echo that everyone has thanked you for your efforts and your organization and thoroughness in this report. I have a couple questions, more clarity. Dr. Gordon specifically, did you say the zero as is accounted for in the budget addendum we're hoping will be approved? Is that the same as what they've listed on here?
Yes, zero as actually was part of my budget presentation. The board has already approved it with the additional funds. But that's something that we already have started, we put in place, and hopefully installation will take place over the summer.
Okay. And then I too would like to see SROs in every building, but I understand that their staffing just isn't there with SPD. So maybe 3 is a baby step compromise in that direction. That's a priority for me. And then the speakers on the outside of those 6 elementary schools, which I think you guys named most of them, that for me is another priority. Communication with the kids when they're outside on the playground, when we have a code red or a code yellow or anything, any weather warning or whatnot. I understand we're relying on radios right now to communicate when they're outside on the playground for those that don't have a speaker system. Is that correct?
Ma'am.
Okay. I guess this question probably have to be answered by Dr. Gordon. The cameras are on a replacement cycle, correct? But not the speakers that are on the outside of the building.
Yes, not all of our schools were built with speakers on the outside of the building. So we've actually been installing those, over the years. And one of the things that Ms. Forsman reminded me of is even when we get the grant money from the state for any safety or security upgrades, there's always a local match. And then we have to make sure that we budget for that, because you never really know how much that amount is going to be. So Ms. Forsman tries to figure out within the operating budget what we're going to do. So Mr. LaFave's team, Dr. Brown's team, along with Mr. Littlefield, when they do their summer audits, that's when we begin to identify what can be replaced, what's next on the cycle. He actually has a spreadsheet that kind of keeps up with that. And then you also have to be able to provide justification for the state so that they don't think that you're duplicating things that you already have in place. So that's something that we kind of take a look at. And because, you know, we have 21 buildings, that's the reason why I mentioned a 4 or 5 year cycle, because the majority of times we'll do 4 or 5 schools each year.
Okay, yeah, I was just trying to figure out how to fit speakers into that cycle somehow, but that depends on, obviously, grants and our budget. I have no further questions. Thank you.
I have one more question, and this is about the cameras that's outside. Do they just run during school time, or is it 24 hours?
All of our cameras are on all day.
Okay.
All day, all night, they're running. Of course, they don't see, if it's dark outside, you can't pick up a lot, but they run all the time.
Okay, so that's why I was thinking if someone is on our school property at night, are we able to see who, what, and what they're doing? Okay, that was just my final question. Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. Now we're moving to our climate and culture presentation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to move down to the main podium. I'm going to be joined by Mr. Sean Dickerson, our coordinating of testing and research, who will provide some demographic information on the climate and culture survey. All right, thank you, Madam Chair. As we do every year in the month of June, I always try to be able to provide the board with information related to our climate and culture survey. As I stated a couple of seconds ago, Mr. Dickerson is going to provide some demographic information related to participation in the survey. Then I will review the survey results. It's a little bit more extended this year with some highlights of some of the things, of course, that we would like to work on, as well as some celebrations based on the data itself. So I'll turn it over to Mr. Dickerson. Oh, real quick. So here's going to be our agenda that we will discuss. The survey construction will definitely take place by Mr. Dickerson. We always break it up into multiple groups with our division-wide employee perceptions, instructional staff perceptions, parent and student perceptions, and then overall feedback and growth for 24-25.
Good evening, Board Chair, Vice Chair, and board members. As Dr. Gordon stated, I'm going to first start off talking about the survey construction and the administration method. So the purpose of the annual climate survey is to allow division stakeholders with an opportunity to express their opinions about the school division and provide feedback related to the learning environment at each school. The surveys have traditionally been administered during the month of March to all SPS staff members, parents, and students in grades 5, 6, 8, 9, and 12. They are primarily administered as an online survey. However, paper copies are available to parents upon their request. Each survey is aligned to the division's strategic plan goals and can contain up to 44 questions depending on the respondent's stakeholder group. During the administration window, numerous reminders and updates are distributed in order to encourage participation. However, participation is completely voluntary and it's not a requirement of any stakeholder group. This slide displays the number of survey responses for each stakeholder group over the past 3 years. As can be seen, the 2024 results that will be presented tonight are representative of roughly 1,700 staff members, 3,400 students, and 2,200 parents. that said, I'll turn it over to Dr. Gordon.
All right, thank you, Mr. Dickerson. So the first group I want to talk about is our division-wide employee perceptions themselves, and we are always thrilled when we get the results based on how our employees are feeling about not only their work in the school division, but the school division as a whole. 100% of our division-based administrators felt that the school division had implemented procedures and protocols to ensure safety. You know, that's definitely piggybacks on some of the conversations that we had from Mr. Rankin and Mr. LaFave, but also the conscious effort that Dr. Brown's team had did the entire year, including audits. I've actually been in Dr. Brown's office when he had the cameras up, and he's calling the principals because we didn't see some things that were being done with fidelity. 96% of school-based staff felt that safety procedures are followed. They are proud to work in a division. Also piggybacks on that. 94% of employees felt that their individual differences are respected. To me, that's always important. That shows that not only our core foundational thought of diversity, equity, and inclusion, but that we are not only an accepting school division, but that we also celebrate those differences. Some of the things that you'll see in red are going to be some of our areas that we want to continue to be able to grow in. 78% of departmental staff, support staff felt involved in decisions that impact their work, concerns being resolved, and professional development being appropriate. I think one of the things that we're going to be able to address or look at for this particular indicator is that concerns being resolved. I don't think sometimes our staff understands that it's a process, just like it is when it comes to any discipline or investigation with students. Staff has to have due process too. And because we live in the information age, folks sometimes believe that things should happen immediately when you must go through the proper channels. 75% of support staff employees felt the division offers opportunities to exercise leadership skills. That's actually gotten better. You're going to hear about some of the different programs that we have going on. The professional development that we did on March 5th is also going to be a step in the right direction for that. But to be able to exercise leadership skills, we want to try to continue to find more opportunities, not only during the school or work day, but potentially on the weekends and after school. Let's talk about our instructional staff themselves. 95% of teachers communicate with parents about student progress. We use multiple methods for that. If it's Class Dojo, if it's Canvas, if it's emails, if it's phone calls, or of course our traditional parent-teacher conferences. It is always the goal of making sure that our staff communicates with parents. And this really starts with that introductory phone call or email that we have at the beginning of school. And you also will see more orientations that will take place at our schools next year for 24-25. 88% of school-based instructional staff felt that they are held accountable for student learning. This is the evaluation process. That's great numbers. When you have 9 out of 10, understand the importance of not only the evaluation, but the feedbacks that are occurring, and then it's the administrator's job to make sure that there's actually action items that go along with that feedback. 87% of school-based instructional staff felt that they are empowered to impact student achievement. That's our PLCs. That's our teachers being involved in creating curriculum maps, spacing guides, teacher-made assessments, and then also being able to discuss the data. They are empowered to do that because everything that we try to do is make sure it's teacher-led when it comes to instruction. But at the same time, they also know about our high academic standards, also at 87%. That's us increasing the rigor. That's us being open and transparent in the beginning of the school year of what we have our expectations for our students as well as our staff. Now, you see in red here, 73% felt that schools were safe and orderly. That's more on the orderly side, why those numbers are lower based on what the comments. But you can also see in green, ladies and gentlemen, that is also a 4% increase as compared to last year. If you all remember, this was one of my major feedback items that we said that we wanted to work on when I did a similar presentation last year. High school staff, instructional staff, felt that morale was high. I put the words high in bold because that's one of those questions that Mr. Dickerson and I actually have argued about. But he always wins because he explains the importance to me of being consistent when it comes to the terminology that is used on our survey. So that number would have been higher if it would have said that morale was good. But high is going to be interpreted as almost being perfect or everything is being addressed. And I put this number up there because this was a huge focus for us. And when our conversations that we had with Ms. White, Mr. Bryan, and Dr. Green, and Dr. Lee and Dr. Bird really reinforced this. It's 51%, which shows that we still have work to do, but that's also a 17% increase as compared to last year. For parent perceptions, 95% of parents felt that schools utilize technology for learning. We all know the importance of Chromebooks. And Mr. Littlefield's team has done a great job, not only with our Chromebook replacement cycle, to make sure that we're using Go Guardian and other things to have proper digital citizenship, but we've also purchased things to make sure that our Chromebooks are actually going to be protected. 93% of parents felt that students were expected to work hard. Yeah, it's not easy being a student right now, and they understand not only about the rigor, but the expectations that we have every day for our kids to do well. 91% of parents felt the division's facilities support student learning. You all know that we've moved to more maker spaces. We have whiteboards, active whiteboards in every classroom, and we're still finding additional resources for our kids to be able to collaborate in small groups. Elementary parents, 90% felt the students were safe at school. That's also a 4% increase. 84% of parents felt that there was increased opportunities for family and community volunteerism. At 84%, that's pretty good. 4% increase there. We all know, ladies and gentlemen, this is a direct correlation to us opening our schools back up. These numbers had dropped because we were restricting total number of people in our building because of the pandemic. So we expected to see an increase there. 84% of high school parents felt the community was informed about school programs and activities. Also a major focus coming from the Department of School Leadership and Innovation. This is the push that community engagement have in making sure that what we have on the division-wide website was actually going to be modeled on all of our websites. And so for the high schools, this was key to make sure they follow that same piece. That's an increase from 7%. And 70% of middle school parents were in agreement about the school cafeteria. We all know that both transportation and the perceptions on the cafeteria have been two areas that we probably have had to need to have the most growth in the last couple of years. And our middle school kids are very, very, very picky, very finicky. But you also saw that Dr. Whiting and his team explored some different options this school year with some different menus that were being happening, and as well as our food festival that we have, and just trying out some different stuff, including growing some of our own food. So we're expecting that number to increase next year as well. For our kids, our most prized possessions, and we always pay attention to what our kids are saying about our schools and how they feel within our schools. 95% of students know what behavior is expected. That means when they are having those assemblies at the beginning of the year. This means when the documentation is being sent home throughout the year, the expectations are clear. And students, 90% felt that they are provided with what they need to learn. That's key, especially with us knowing that our special education population is growing. This still means that kids feel that they have everything that they need to be successful. And 90% of students are expected to work hard and to do their best. That's also key. This means they're getting the support, the reinforcement. Some of our small group work is also working. Coming back to our middle schools, 76% felt that teachers give extra help when needed. Now, that's something that we're going to try to have some additional conversations about, especially with the all-in tutoring program and additional opportunities that we have for support and enrichment. Our middle school students still feel that more can be done there, and that's some additional conversations that we're going to have with our middle school principals. Some of them have already put some things in place because, as I shared when I was having my conversation with Ms. Slingleff at one of our previous board meetings, part of the reason why we always do this meeting and this presentation in June is to be able to share with you all some of the things that we know that our principals are going to put in place next year. 64% of high school students felt that teachers and students care about each other. 64% is kind of low, but it's also a 10% gain. And in reviewing some of the comments and some of the feedback, it's more about students caring about each other than teachers caring about each other. We still need to try to be able to develop some ways to have our kids understand the importance of empathy. 52% of students felt there were improvements in the cafeteria. Hey, it's coming up. It's coming up 3%. Again, some of the different things that Dr. Whiting and his team is doing. And this also includes us adjusting how our food packaging looks. This was a conversation that Ms. Forsman and I had when we met with Dr. Whiting. We think that also is going to play a role in the future. 51% of high school students felt that our school was attractive. It's about half, but it's also an increase of 10%. It's about that time for another branding cycle to occur. We think those are going to be some of the things that will also have some school improvement and beautification projects. So as I look for next year, these are some of the things that we know is going to be highlighted from the superintendent's cabinet level and our principals. The feeling safe at school, that's something that we've already talked about with the School Safety Audit Committee. That did improve by 3%. Some of this also deals with student anxiety. And in working with Dr. Brown's team, Cindy Devers, Dr. King, this is something that they focus on. This is the importance of social emotional learning here. High school students want to provide more input. That's also at 61%, 10% increase. The challenge with this is the high school students that want to be involved and have more input, they need to run for office. They need to take some leadership positions. You can't complain about it if you're not going to get involved with it. Parent perceptions on transportation, 66%. That number will only increase, ladies and gentlemen, when we are fully staffed every day, every week. That's going to be the only way. That number will go up once we have the opportunity to eliminate double backs, especially at the elementary level. Parent perceptions on the cafeteria, 73%. That kind of ties into some of the other slides because the students are going home. That must be Ms. Byram's phone right there. It's got to be. Students are going home and giving that feedback to their families and to their parents about what lunch and what breakfast is like. And even though breakfast and lunch is free in Suffolk Public Schools, we still have a level of quality and expectation that we're going to continue to have. You all have already heard me talk about division staff want concerns resolved in a timely manner. We're going to do a better job of explaining how that process works. I know that many times the Dr. Avery Human Resources Department does that when it comes to complaints, but we also need to be able to do that when it comes to decisions and changes and any type of tweaks that occur throughout the year. Instructional staff want instructional time protected, 76%. That's a 3% increase. Ladies and gentlemen, that number would have been a lot higher if we would have had the money for the S3s at the beginning of the year. As you all know, the S3s came into play in January of 2024. We are expecting that number to go up. And transportation staff want more collaboration. That's at 44%. Our drivers definitely want to have a little bit more of a voice. And looking at some of the feedback there, I think the drivers actually want to have more different drivers to actually have the voice. Mr. Privett's team working with Dr. Brand, I think you're going to see some changes in some of the actual driver leadership coming up in 24, 25. So I wanted to be able to expand on some of the things that I've talked about in the past and kind of give you all some additional insight on some additional focus that we're going to have. New staff being assisted in learning and adjusting to their jobs, that's about 77%. We think this is going to help with teacher retention. This is why Dr. Avery and them have a new teacher specialist that really helps to work with new staff members that are coming into the classroom. So it's not only just going to be the mentor teacher that they have, it's also going to be central office support. Different approaches for resolving issues. That was a key feedback piece that we used in our March 5th Support Staff Professional Development Day. We put our staff through scenarios to make sure they can remain professional and to make sure they can keep their cool. And we think in doing that, not only with each other, but with members of our school community, will help to de-escalate things. Supervisor holding staff accountable for actions, that's 80%. That's pretty good. That's pretty good, but we want that number to be higher. I think one of the things that we probably still need to work on is our perception that some staff is actually prioritized over others. Feedback for continuous improvement, that's actually excellent at 84%. This goes back to our continuous learning, continuous instructional staff, continuous instructional support, our model that we did with the University of Virginia several years ago. That's something that we're really proud of. And the supervisor encourages staff to improve skills at 85%. This is our cross-collaboration method to make sure that we have cross-training so that if anyone is ever out for any period of time, that the work doesn't stop. We're really, really excited about seeing that number because this is something that we've modeled at the school administration office. For instructional staff climate survey results, school spirit and pride are promoted at the schools. I'm huge on that because this is a great way to make sure that our kids are actively involved in the school, and this also means that our parents are actively involved too. School administration being highly visible, 73%. Dr. Bird is already on top of this, where not only is it getting our administrators to understand that we know you have a lot of paperwork, we know you're doing the walkthrough observations and doing the feedback, and you're out in the hallways, but where are you out in the hallways? Because location matters. That's something that is actually being recommended to some of our newer leaders who, even though they are visible, they're not in the most visible spot. School administration holding themselves accountable, 72%, kind of goes hand in hand. I bet you if you talk to the principals and assistant principals, when they're getting their reviews and their evaluations from Dr. Lee, Dr. Pichon, and Dr. Bird, they probably would strongly disagree with that number. But that's just something that we continue to have to work on when it comes to that perception. I did want to take some time to also celebrate some of the things and be able to reinforce what you all are seeing on the screen as well as from the Climate and Culture Survey since we gave you all the percentages. For the parent climate survey results, we want to have additional celebration for the extra help and enrichment. You all know about Saturday Academy. You know about the before, during, and after-school tutoring that we're doing. It's playing a role. School handling discipline in a timely manner, that's 83%. This means that at least some folks are understanding how that process works. Again, all students need to be able to have due process. The school helping my child feel safe, this is the importance of what Ms. Devers has done with our morning meetings and making sure that we're having those at all 3 levels. Those morning check-ins help us to be able to determine how the kid is doing for the day. And it also helps us to know instructionally, is today the best day to be able to give an assessment? Should the assessments wait till Tuesday instead of being given on a Monday? The school provides my child with a safe and orderly place to learn, 87%, outstanding. The school shares information about school improvement, 79%. This is our school improvement plans that are on our websites, and we're going to continue to make sure that those are updated. Overall, for student climate survey results, I mean, when we have 30 out of 44 indicators that are improving or staying the same, especially when your average percentage is in the 80s, we're going to take that. That's good. That's solid. And part of the reasons why Mr. Dickinson not only showed you all the 3-year participation rate, but also on the handout that you all have, the attachment, it also shows those 3-year numbers to show that we've had some improvements in some areas and some things we need to work on. But in a lot of our areas, if they're already good, they've stayed relatively flat. For our strategic plan, which is one of your other attachments that you all had, additional celebration for the following: 90% for improved school safety procedures and protocols. Like Dr. Brown is maniacal about this. Mr. Lefebvre, we now have a new safety and security specialist in Judd. Mr. Boone, our entire team. And now with us having S3s, behavioral specialists, interventions, I mean, we have a lot of bodies within our building that not only help to keep our schools safe, but also are providing support to both staff and students. And this overall 2% increase for the SPS board review of morale, positive perceptions of SPS services, and the expansion of stakeholder communication. We have multiple methods that are being used in the school division that allow us to be able to have two-way communication with our school community. If it's the Facebook Lives that I do, if it's the Ask a Budget question links that we have on the website, the school messengers, the texts, the reminders. And now anytime that we have something that's really important, as you all saw this school year, when you go to our website, Ms. Dickinson's team has it so there's a big exclamation point on the website. You need to look at this, like letting you know that today and tomorrow are half days. Just those reminders like that are great ways that we look at, and we get the feedback based on what our parents are saying or what our schools are saying for things that need to be tweaked. We are doing a huge audit of our webmasters that Ms. Dickins is going to lead to make sure that things are consistent so that we can always look for ways to improve stakeholder communication. So that is kind of our overview for our entire climate and culture survey. Madam Chair, I will turn it back over to you for any questions or comments.
Thank you, Dr. Gordon, and thank you so much, Mr. Dickinson. This was a great report. I have a few questions or comments. With the safety and the orderly, I know it's 73%, and you touched on it a few minutes ago. But with the, students, the behaviors, making sure that they know the consequences with their behaviors, to make sure that that's instilled in them. Identify, like you said, the times. I know we had Kingsford Middle School at one point where we had extra help go in at different times when they were changing classes to put people in the hallways to try to deter any type of fighting and stuff like that. And I think it was very productive. Are we still doing those type of things to make sure that, at those times that we're not having anything going on, any fights or anything, so the kids are feeling safe? Do we still put that in place?
Yes, as I mentioned, Ms. Jenkins, with us having S3s, our behavioral specialists, other interventions support staff that we have, and I also want to add the additional teacher assistants that we added this year. Those things are taking place. And one of the things that Dr. Bird has asked for our administrators to do is to have review assemblies and to be able to show not only when or what type of discipline infractions are at the top, but to remind them of what those consequences are. And as you all have seen every year, and you'll have it again in this August, when Dr. Brown does his presentation on our discipline report, we've known in the past, for example, that March was always that month that had spikes when it came to negative behavior. I think this year we may have actually saw a decline, but I'm not 100, yes, he's shaking his head, a decline in that, because we were reminding folks, this is the month of March. So those are the types of things. Our biggest thing, Ms. Jenkins, that we always focus on is our repeat, quote-unquote, offenders. That's the area that we try to focus in on, because about 5 to 7% of our kids are responsible for 90% of the discipline in the school. And sometimes, depending on what's going on, not only in the community and their home, sometimes that carries over into school. And our last focus that we also had was making sure that our digital citizenship and what kids are doing on social media. You saw several messages that came out from Ms. Dickinson's department on what to do and how to pause before you post, how to make good decisions online. And we also use that to be proactive. If a kid is talking or doing something that might be negative, we actually have staff waiting for their student when they come to school for their own safety. So we try to be as proactive as we possibly can. And as I said, Dr. Burr is going to continue to reinforce to all of our building level leaders to have review assemblies to address those negative behaviors.
Good. And the last thing, it's the morale of the staff. What are we doing to, or what was their comments that we can put something in place to maybe boost up that morale, because it means a lot. People not wanting, if the morale is low, it makes it even low getting up in the morning trying to go to work. So I'm sure that your team can put something in place so we can do something. Have you all started already for the next year coming up?
Yeah, so, I do want to point out that that's really one question, right? And I think it shows like 48% or whatever overall that morale is high in our school. But on your strategic plan spreadsheet there, or a handout that you have, it actually shows that it's 71%. Mr. Dixon, you want to give them a little insight on how multiple questions are actually the things that kind of give a better picture of morale?
Yeah, so the morale indicator on the strategic plan measures, as Dr. Gordon said, that's a composite score. So that's representative of multiple survey questions. Really, the morale question is asked for instructional staff, but our strategic plan indicators are not just focused on our instructional staff. It's supposed to be focused on everybody, every staff member. So we have to include the input from the other staff, from all other staff members in that. So we take those percentages and we combine them, and it creates a composite score. So it captures everyone's voice.
Yeah, and so Ms. Jenkins, to answer the second part of your question, we tried to be very strategic when it came to our some of our staff celebrations and gifts. As you all know, about a week ago, we gave out some great things just to thank the staff for being here for all of 23-24 with the lunchbox, the coupons for Jean Days that Tasha Gardner tried to steal all of mine. I mean, these are just some of the small things that we can do, because when you're buying things for 2,300 people, we still got to make sure that we are going to be financially responsible. You're going to hear me talk about during our good news report something that's going to be really huge that's going to show the staff the appreciation. We actually had 96% of our staff has signed on to return next year. And the bonus amount that you all voted on a couple of months ago is now set for a net of $950 that they're going to receive. Our part-time staff will receive $475. No other school division in the region is given a retention bonus but us. So as we continue to get that feedback on what staff is looking for, the main things that can help improve staff morale is just overall support. And sometimes that just means that they have someone to be able to talk to within the building. And that's something that we're actually having conversations with our building level administrators about at our leadership meeting next Thursday.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Ms. Barham, are you live now with your voice? Any comments?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, good. Comments that I heard, I'm sorry we had that problem. It wasn't on my end, it was on your end. I'm glad to see that we are moving forward with some of these initiatives, and Dr. Gordon and his staff, I'm sure, are working on ways that we can improve the morale of our employees, and retention bonuses and any type of support we can give. I'm all in favor of that, of course. And I thank Mr. Dickens for his work on this report. I know it's a timely report. And I thank those people who did take time, staff, parents, students, to participate, because it's very important that we get this feedback each year so that we can move forward and help Dr. Gordon and his staff make better plans for the future. If we don't know what the concerns are, we cannot improve. So thank you.
Thank you so much. Dr. Buck?
As I look at the questions that are outlined, and you've taken the opportunity to put the percentages beside the questions, I just wanted to go back to the survey, and I think the comment that you made, Dr. Gordon, was most appropriate. When I look at morale as a concept overall, but when I look at the individual issues, that you get what you need to work with your students, you get what you need, you support student achievement, you get what you need to do your job, and so on and so forth. The school is safe and orderly at 73%, but your morale is low. When I look at all of those individual questions that make up the whole piece, then I understand if you ask somebody for that, that might not be a true indicator of what's going on in the school. So I'd be interested in seeing that, and of course seeing further information about that. And of course we hope that people, you have to wonder what it is, what the key issue we're talking about when we say the whole thing is. When I look at the individual points, it doesn't seem to point to what that number looks like. So thank you for providing those and providing the individual scores on each of those over the years. I appreciate that part. And thank you for the job that you all are doing.
Mr. Riddick?
Thank you for an outstanding presentation. At the risk of being redundant, I do want to ask this question here because I'm not a survey person, but are there any questions that would give us feedback as to staff, and do they feel heard when they have a situation involving staff? I see where it's talking about student behavior being addressed, but is there anything that deals with that? And the reason why I'm asking that, there's been some reports before about some staff saying they were not heard, but I want to see if we address that, where it's actually with the data.
Yes, sir, Mr. Riddick. So if you look on instructional staff climate survey results, an example that I would use is school-wide expectations regarding policies and procedures are clearly communicated. That's not just going to be students, that's going to be staff as well. And one of the things that we've asked, to your point, because I know you and I have talked about this before, is the expectations that are actually given from principals within their faculty meetings. But we wanted to expand that, Mr. Riddick. I also tasked all of our department leads at the school administration office to have monthly meetings as well. We want to be able to have the same cycle for communication to make sure that we're moving forward and hearing the needs of what the staff is asking for. And in doing those departmental meetings, we also wanted to make sure there was going to be structure. There wasn't going to be just coming in and just to talk. You were going to have an agenda where you're going to have some action items, and then we challenged the department leads to make sure that they were going to have follow-ups. And this is something that I tried to model with our team when it comes to how we are dealing with stuff with action items, notes, and when things are completed. So we're trying to continue to expand on that. Principals have tried to do a better job of having faculty meetings where, you know, the majority of the staff can be there. At the elementary level, they usually take place before school because of not wanting to keep staff too late in the afternoon. Middle school takes place after school, and so does high school. So that's something that we're going to continue to try to focus on. It kind of goes back, Mr. Riddick, to what I was saying about making sure that staff actually understands the process of how things work. That's going to be a growth area that we're going to reinforce for 24-25.
The reason why I asked, although the percentages are not large percentages, so I do understand how many people took to formulate that 1% change. There are some questions on page 4 of the presentation that you submitted where there was a reduction over time of 1% each year. And I just want to make sure that we, although it's small, it's nothing noticeable, but I want to make sure that we are spot on with that. You all, I believe, are doing an outstanding job, but I just want to make sure that staff know that if something is going on, they can come and talk to us. And I just want us to have the data that backs that up, where I don't know if it's a particular question that we would have to ask or your office would have to ask during the implementation of the survey. For an example, do you feel comfortable reporting situations involving other employees? So that way we will have some more concrete data for when claims are coming before the board. We can say, well, according to the survey, this is what we have. So I definitely thank you for the information and the transparency in which you submitted the information. Thank you both.
Dr. Brittingham.
Thank you. I wanted to get some clarification on a few things. One being on the SPS survey construction, it said that we had 41 questions, but on the questions that you submitted to us, there were only 31 questions. And I'm just wondering where the other 10 questions are that were in the parent survey.
Survey, you talking about the parent survey?
Parent survey. So on the slide, it says that there were 41, but what was submitted to us, there was only 31 questions there. So I'm wondering where the other 10 questions are.
So the climate survey also includes a required survey for our Title I program that is not considered climate, but it's attached to the survey. So the parents who have students who attend Title I schools, they get an additional questions from Title I, the federal Title I program.
All right, that being the case, why haven't we teased that data out separately to show there's a difference there? Because right now it looks like all the parents took 41 questions, whereas there are portions of parents that did not.
Right. So, I mean, depending on what group you're in, so the numbers up there are the total amount of survey questions you can get asked.
Maximum.
That's the max.
Any particular reason why we didn't submit the Title I family questions for the board to look at?
So those are provided to the Title I office.
Okay.
And they get reported on the annual evaluation that goes to the federal government. So I do believe you should get those. I believe you get those when you get when you see the Title I report.
So another question that I have, looking at all the categories under parents and then students and instructional staff and all staff, I'm wondering if maybe for next year we can cluster questions together that have to do with safety, discipline and behavior, academic support resources, communication involvement, and culture, so that we get a better picture in those areas, because I'm looking at some of this information and I'm noticing that the parents have indicated that the school helps students feel safe and recognizes procedures and protocols for student safety. And that parents also indicate that the schools provide a safe and orderly place for students to learn. But if that's the case, why did the data show us that the students are not feeling safe? So I'm looking at, in these areas, it's saying one thing, but then for our student data, it's giving us something a little bit different. So I'm just wondering if we, can try and, moving forward, putting some of that information together in different categories to help with the aggregation of information.
That's something that we can potentially look at, Dr. Brittingham,
Okay.
but your parent and student perceptions are going to be different. And remember, the students are the ones that are actually experiencing it. The parents are the ones that are getting the reports based on what the students say. But once they actually are filling in the information, it might be, a little different. So we could potentially look at grouping it by safety category, but, we were thinking that we wanted to give you all the data just as if it is seen by each different group that we're reporting on. There is going to be some correlation between some of the things that you see, but a survey is all about perception. And I'm not sure if we should take one over the other, but we can take a look to see if there's any correlation between what the two different groups are saying.
My next question is, in some of these areas, we saw, like you described in your presentation, there were areas that just stayed the same and some areas that went up. And some of those areas went up by a percentage point. How are we going to deal with those areas strategically so that we can help improve and move those forward a little bit more? Because it's the ones that have stayed the same, that was an issue last year, and we didn't see any forward movement. And ones that were an issue last year that only moved ahead a little bit, how are we going to continue making that so that we're not just doing a snail's pace, but because some of these areas we need to address when it comes to, students feeling safe and school safety and academic environment. So I guess my question is, what are we going to do to either keep that plateau from plateauing again next year or pushing it forward a little bit faster?
Well, that's part of the reason, Dr. Brittingham, why I have this additional focus, so that you all will see the areas. There's a total right here on the slide that I have on the screen of 8 additional areas that we're going to focus on, not including, I'm sorry, do not know what happened there, not including what you see for the feedback and growth, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So we have 15 areas that we are going to focus on that's really going to show that this is going to be part of the conversations and the planning that takes place with all of our schools as well as our central office staff for the entire summer. And because this same information that I'm sharing with you, the principals have already had for a couple of weeks, and then I actually do this part of the same slide deck with all of our leaders in the entire school division next Thursday. So once I provide them that charge on June 20th, that's what we work on all the way up and through school starts. And because we have those checkpoints that are taking place every month, the review of information when it comes to discipline, and you already know about some of the additional safety procedures that we're putting in place. So I'm expecting to see those gains, but I wanted to show you all 15 areas of focus that we're going to work on for 24-25.
And on the survey, there were questions both in the parent, the student, and the staff that were not addressed on this report. Particularly looking under the parent and the student survey, questions 12, 13, 21, 35, and 36. I'm just curious, why did you not include all that data in there? Or did you lump together categories and just provide the category and just not show individual areas that we needed improvement in?
So if you recall, Dr. Brittingham, when Ms. Slingleff and I were having the conversation, I think I made it pretty clear that I wasn't going to go over every individual question. And I wanted to be able to hit the big rock items because many of the survey questions and the examples that I provided are kind of similar. And as you just alluded to, some of the questions are very similar across the different groups. The wording changes based on who the participant may be. So I don't think I will ever sit up here and kind of go over, 41 or 44 questions. I'm going to let you all know some of the areas that we think that we did extremely well in. Usually it's going to be based on the feedback that I gave from the previous year, which is the reason why you see things in red, why you see things in green for areas of growth. And because I also knew that the entire board was going to get the percentages. So I thought it would be kind of redundant for me to kind of, talk about things that you already have a hard copy of. So I think the 15 items that you all know that we're going to focus on, the 30 out of 44 that did extremely well, usually my cutoff threshold, Dr. Brittingham, as a reminder, is right around 85%. Anytime I see things at 85%, there's really not a lot that we're going to be able to do. But anything that's like between 75 and 84, hey, this is something we can make some pushes on. This is something that we can do. And when we see those low numbers, I don't know what other school divisions have on theirs, but some of the things, as Vice Chair Howe kind of explained to me during the agenda review, some of these things kind of come with the territory, and even though we're not going to always accept them, we make this a focus of having awareness first and then putting some action items in place. So I think having all of the percentages in a 3-year comparison, I'm hoping addresses what you're referring to. But I did expand the total number of questions and speak to that this year as compared to years in the past.
Ms. Lingler?
Thank you very much for the presentation, and thank you also for giving us the broken out questions on here. I do appreciate it. It's much easier to see a big picture. One observation, and I don't know if this is possible, but looking at it, it was hard to marry some of the percentages because some of the percentages were for all students or all teachers or all staff, and some were broken out for high school or middle school. And so, and sometimes it was advantageous in the presentation, sometimes it wasn't. Sometimes the overall might be a higher percentage or it might be a lower percentage. So I'm not sure how you selected, which grade level or anything, but that's neither here nor there. My biggest take home, and correct me if I'm wrong, I know you will, if there's something that I missed in your presentation, because I was looking at it as you were talking as well. One thing that stood out to me, and it kind of couples with what Board Chair Jenkins was talking about, when I look at the instructional staff one, certainly the morale one, and I understand what you've said, the morale one is concerning, but I look at the other points in there about my school is safe and orderly, discipline policies at my school are effective in addressing unwanted student behavior, and school rules are enforced at my school. And those numbers, I think, would support the morale response, because if the behavior is not in line and not being managed well, then certainly that's going to impact the teachers, particularly with their morale and how they feel about their job. If the behavior is not being taken care of, likewise, when I go over to the students, the student report over here, the response with regards to enjoying going to school, and then that breaks out into how students treat one another with respect, and students treat teachers with respect, and teachers treat students with respect. Some of those numbers in there are not as strong as I would, and I'm sure as you would like to see them to be as well. You can't necessarily alter the behavior of the students in the way they treat one another or the way they treat teachers. However, I believe that all of this goes back to behavior in the classrooms. And I'm not sure that I saw it on here as being one of the priorities, but for me, one of the priorities looking at this survey would be nipping behavior in the butt, if you will, in the classrooms, and tightening down on behavior in the classrooms, because I think that the teachers will feel more empowered. I think that students will feel safer. I think that students will feel more respected. And I think it can change that environment, which would increase the kids' joy of going to school, would increase the morale of teachers. And I don't know that I see that on here. So if I missed that as being one of the 15 priorities, show me. But that to me would be a very big priority, because I think it overlaps with a lot of the percentages that we're looking at in here that are concerning. Some of them are on a decline out of those. And there are great improvements in some of the areas, absolutely. So I'm not trying to focus on just a negative. It was the behavior for me that I think is a big impactor.
Yeah. Okay, so a couple things, all right. The behavior piece, you'll hear more about the discipline report when Dr. Brown's team does the report in August. And we'll kind of get into some of the behaviors that we're seeing. But one of the things I did say is that the majority of our behaviors come from about 7 or 8% of our kids. And that's what I mentioned, the specifics about repeat behaviors. The second part is if we're serious about our positive behavior intervention strategies and restorative practices, it's dual-sided, where we're trying to get our kids to understand when they have these negative behaviors, how it's impacting others, but we're also trying to get our staff to understand that you can't say that you don't want this kid back in your class anymore. I mean, that's a challenge that some of our administrators are having, because we're trying to get our staff to see that this child might be having a bad day or acting out because their lease is up tomorrow, or the parent just lost a job, or someone in the family just got shot. I mean, these are some of the things that our kids are telling us. When you had mentioned about I enjoy going to school, part of the reason why some of the kids said they didn't enjoy going to school, because our middle school kids don't like getting up at 6 o'clock. I mean, we saw that a lot of times, you know, within the comments, just to try to give you some insight. So you're right where, and I think you're getting it now when you see how a lot of these questions kind of correlate. But it's going to be dual-sided, where we try to bring to the forefront what those major behaviors are. We try to make sure, as a part of some of the resources that we have on our website, where we actually have parent tips for elementary, middle, and high, so that they can kind of partner with us and be proactive on, hey, we know if you have this middle school person, there's a lot of hormones that are going on. They may have access to this device for the first time, this social media. These are some of the things to look for that create other issues that are happening, you know, within the classroom. For our elementary kids, I think one of the biggest challenges that we saw, and this has been every year really since the pandemic, is some of the offenses have gotten more serious. When Ms. Jenkins and Ms. Howell we're going over the discipline report, I know that Ms. Jenkins and Ms. Howell every month say, oh my God, I can't believe that's a fourth grader. I mean, these are some of the things that we're dealing with, and I'm sure other school divisions are dealing with as well. So once Dr. Brown's team does their report to you all in August, you're going to specifically see the strategies that we're going to put in place to nip some of those behaviors in the bud. That's part of not only the training that we put our administrators through, but that's also going to be some of the information that we're going to share with our school community, so that we can help out and take care of some of these things at home before they even get to school.
May I just, thank you. I appreciate that, and I look forward to getting that report because I have further questions. But, I mean, I do believe in positive behavioral intervention, but I think simultaneously, and maybe this should be saved for that point, I think that you can't negate the necessity for addressing behavior and give too much leeway, because life is not like that. Life is not filled with star charts and smiley face charts for people that just only sees the good. Life has consequences and has strong repercussions for actions. And I believe that it needs to be married together, and you have to nip behavior in the butt, and I believe that it really, and I can't sorry that I keep using that, but it has to be nipped, and it can't just be positive reinforcement. And I don't know what the leeway is with regards to how many times someone gets away with an offense, but if a teacher doesn't want a student to come back in the classroom, I guarantee that was not the first offense.
Sometimes it is, though. And to your point, we have what's called a discipline matrix, right? Where the consequences actually become more severe as the offense is repeated. And as a part of our process of dealing with that, parent conference is one of the things that occurs. And unfortunately, you know, we have some of our folks that are hesitant to be able to participate in that. And we've actually have done home visits. We've actually tried to find other responsible adults to work with the student. We've also used not only our school psychologists, but our school counselors as well, because to us, it's always a root cause on why this, you know, discipline issue is occurring. Like, we know that some of our students, for example, act out in English because they struggle to read. So they try to use the discipline behavior as a way to get out of actually doing the work. Those are some of the things that we have really been focused on. The PBIS is just, you know, a part of it, because I think you know me well enough, Ms. Linglove. I never believe in having one solution for an issue. I believe in multiple. School with multiple things that need support. But our discipline matrix has to be followed by our school administrators, because that's the only way that we can be consistent. And that's the part that I think that we may need to do a better job of explaining, not only to our staff, but also to our parents. Hey, this first time, you know, phone call conversation. Second time might be ISS. Third time might be 3 days of ISS. I mean, it has to escalate, but we also don't want to set it up so that the kid knows that as soon as I act out, I'm out of that class, and that's going to affect our student achievement.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Dr. Gordon and Mr. Dickerson, for your information. A couple comments just from the perspective of a former teacher. I appreciate the efforts for gifts and our bonuses and our retention efforts and whatnot. Looking through these questions, I can almost pick out the ones that tie to morale. Morale is often about, do you look forward to going to work? Do you feel like you have a positive impact on your assigned duty? And if the answer to that, that's where the solution begins. So I just wanted to make that little side note there. I also took note in some of the questions that I think it was particular to students. Several among them felt that discipline practices were not applied equitably, and consequences were not distributed equitably. And I think I've said it 1,000 times up here, the way to combat perceptions that don't hit the mark that we want them to, or what we're actually doing behind the scenes, is to be consistent in the procedures we put in place, make sure that our administrators are applying those procedures consistently, and have honest conversations about bias. I mean, every teacher has that kid that touches her heart a little bit deeper, whether it's the kid that comes to school in the same clothes every day and you know their home life is a mess, or there's a gentle, quiet spirit that you know that there's so much untapped in there, but they don't feel brave enough to be all that they can be yet. And so just to reinforce that we have to be consistent in how we approach discipline practices with all of our kids, especially at the middle school level, because they see and hear things and interpret it through their adolescent mind. We'll just stop there. I just would encourage us to be a great emphasis on consistency so that there's no room for judgment and conversation about who favors who and who doesn't. Looking at the trend over the past 2 years, it seems that their parent participation is decreasing, and I was just wondering if we should consider giving a paper copy to every parent, because it takes a little bit extra motivation. Shouldn't be much, I acknowledge that, but a little bit extra motivation when I get a survey from a vendor I've used for whatever reason, or the collision company. I have to tell myself, like, I need this information as a board member, so I'm going to make myself do it for someone else. But that's my vantage point, having been on this board. So if we can eliminate any excuse for parents to not participate and that paper goes home, that's just something that I was considering. In regards to the 100% administrator satisfaction, who qualifies as division-based administrators? Is it just in the school buildings, or is it in your building as well?
A DBA, division-based administrator, that is, that's cabinet, that's coordinators, supervisors, chiefs.
She wants to know about like all the administrators.
So a principal or assistant principal is not in that category. They're in the school-based administrator.
Okay.
So the division-based administrator is an administrator who's over the entire division. They're not tied
Gotcha.
to a certain location.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. So do we have 100% participation in the survey of all of our DBAs?
I wouldn't have that number. That might be something that you would have.
We don't have that number.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's fine.
Ms. Howell, before you ask your next, I do want to kind of address something that you had said about parent participation and why you've seen some of the drops. Couple of things. One, in 2022, your numbers are going to be high because we were just coming out of the pandemic, so people had a lot of things to say as we were coming back from virtual learning and then our hybrid model, et cetera. We also know that because of the total number of kids that are in each cohort, that's also going to fluctuate with the total number of parents who participate. I do know that some parents, for example, maybe only one of the two parents actually fills out the survey itself. The second part you were talking about, consistency, I agree with that 100%. But the challenge is that some of our students don't understand that they can't know how many offenses the other student may have. So if they have created a classroom disruption, and it's John Gordon's third time creating a classroom disruption, but it's Heather Howell's first time, your offense is going to be less than mine. And that perception then leads to them thinking that I'm more of a favorite than you. Or reverse, I'm sorry, that you're more of a favorite than me. So people, and because I'm sure all board members have received those, emails as well, that it seems that some of our school committee members believe that their child was treated unfairly because they know, right? They say that they know that someone else didn't get the same level of consequences. And as you know, we can't share with anybody what their prior discipline history is, or even what the discipline infraction is going to be regarding consequences. It's going to be our goal to not only make sure that the consequences are going to be fair, but that we also hopefully are using it so that it deters to have any repeat behavior. So I just kind of wanted to say that.
No, I appreciate that. And that's something that, to communicate to the students at orientation, the discipline matrix. This is what you're looking at. Let's see. Can you give me an example of some of the questions, like the high schoolers that said their school's not attractive? Like which of the questions in here led you all to that,
So
conclusion?
you see the question that says the school is attractive.
So just specifically high school?
No, I just used that one as an example.
Okay.
I used that one as an example. I didn't report on all three of the levels because I wanted to be able to show either a decrease or an increase for areas. And that was something that last year I had as a focus, which is part of the reason why I was on there. And I also wanted to remind the board about our branding cycles. Ms. Forsman and Dr. Bird and I, we've had some conversations about, okay, when we first put some of our branding on our schools, that was actually during the time the students were returning from the pandemic, because we wanted to get our kids excited about returning to school. Well, that's now, 3-4 years ago. So now it's time potentially for us to do some more. And it's really also going to be based on the areas of the school that the kids actually spend the most time in. If it's a locker room, we know it's not the cafeteria because the comments said otherwise, and because Ms. Forsman and Dr. Whiting, they've worked to actually put more newer tables that actually have the school logos in our cafeterias. We have some in Nansemond River. We have some at Kilby Shores, example. So we're going to continue to try to peel back those layers because it's always going to be based on where the kids spend the most time. And unfortunately, a lot of that feedback came from the schools that are older. And I think that was the kids' way of telling us they want a new school.
Just one final statement. I think that, when I pair out the results or the specific questions and tied to the results you've presented, I think that especially in regards to behavior, it emphasizes the need for a strong partnership with parents because, like Kim said, it's really hard to impact what respect looks like to a child from one child to another. If just being frank, if that's not taught at home, if that's not a value at home, that makes it extra work for us to make it solid that this is a value at school, though. You're at school. This is what respect looks like. This is how we're going to be respectful here. And partnering with parents and communication there, I feel like that's necessary for this because they bring a lot of stuff from home that we don't have power over, but we're responsible for at the end of the day.
Agreed. And that's, if you remember, Ms. Howe, about 2 years ago, that's really 100% of the reason why we put those community and parent resources on our website specifically for each grade level, because we already know what the data says. I mean, Mr. Dickerson goes a lot deeper than probably what we do, but he has shared information with Dr. Branch and I that we can kind of use because we always try to get to the core root of things. And then what Dr. Brown's team does is he looks at the trend data and compares it to what is happening statewide and nationwide. And then what I do is I actually discuss this with my Superintendent's Advisory Council, and we get their perspective. And Dr. Brown actually joined me for a couple of those meetings this year because he wanted to hear specifically from the kids. And they were really raw about it. And so one of the things we were talking about, some of the stuff that was coming from the Safety Audit Committee and their recommendations I'm really looking at how I can find funds to put vape detectors in our bathrooms. I mean, that is something that we really want to be able to do, but they are super expensive. So we try to find ways based on what the student feedback is, because if we can show the kids that the feedback they're giving us leads us to some action steps, that's how we get the buy-in from them. And I think one of the things that I really saw, especially at the high school level this year, is that the kids did a much better job of letting their peers know that what they were doing was negative. They did a much better job with that. And that really shows not only to some of the partnerships that you're talking about with the parents, but it also shows that the things that we've been talking about in these assemblies are really getting through.
That's all I have.
Thank you. Did I miss anyone?
Phyllis, did you get?
Yeah, she did. Thank you so much. Now we will adjourn for recess. I'd like to call to order the June Suffolk School Board meeting. And we have Ms. Barham that's still, I think she's still on. And at this time, I would like to call up Caden Dale and Caleb Dale, first graders, rising second graders from Hill Point Elementary, to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. And yes, they are twins.
Right there.
Right in front. So let us stand.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you.
The mission of Suffolk Public Schools is to produce 21st century learners that will become productive citizens in society, foster a dynamic, safe, and nurturing learning environment, partner with school community for the benefit of students and staff, strengthen the school division by employing a highly qualified and diverse staff, effectively and efficiently manage capital and human resources, and effectively communicate to increase community investment.
Thank you. And we're going to go back because we skipped the moment of silence. Please join me in a moment of silence. Thank you. Now we will have the approval of the agenda.
Move to approve minus item number 11 under new business as it violates board policy.
I will second that.
It's been properly moved in second. Any discussion?
Yes, ma'am. Item 11 under new business would be a resolution for approving terms and conditions for right-of-way agreement. If we do not approve this agreement, it will delay construction on John F. Kennedy, and I don't think there's anybody sitting here who wants to delay construction on John F. Kennedy at this time. So I'm trying to figure out why that's an issue for today.
Well, Madam,
Because I would disagree that it delays, I think I get 10 minutes, right? I think that the issue as to whether it's a violation of policy has been dealt with multiple times, and the chair has the opportunity to add to the agenda because the chair is the person, according to our policy, the chair has the opportunity to do it. Now, I understand that there was an error in asking us to be polled because the chair didn't have to do that, but the chair did. And so if we're looking for something, a problem, we can always find it. But the question is, do we want to delay construction, which is costly, so that we can point out an error, or do we want to move forward with the construction of something that we've waited for over 20 years? It, to me, it's not logical, Madam Chair. And that's my position on this particular matter. That's the discussion that that's my point on this matter.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Madam Chair, I made the motion in regards because it is a violation of policy as a former chair, as the other board member also mentioned, who is also a former chair. For years, we have been under the knowledge that once the agenda is posted to the public, we cannot add to the agenda. Last year, this was the case on countless of times for me. This was also the case back in March of this year, as Madam Chair spoke to it, and our council also spoke to it as well, as far as adding to the agenda and the concerns that it may violate citizens who may want to sign up to speak against the item. What I'm proposing is not to delay JFK. I think that's a narrative that is untrue, and I don't want untrue or misinformation to be leaving the chambers. We as a board have other options. One option is to call in an emergency meeting. For an example, if this had been brought to our attention tomorrow, we would have to call an emergency meeting, so it prevented a delay. My concern is policy is not being consistently followed, and then when it suits selective people, storylines are being concocted and words are being misconstrued to yield the result that fits a person's narrative or what they want. Back in March, majority of the board was adamant that you couldn't add to the agenda. However, if the advice that was given at that time was taken in consideration, this situation would be an easy fix to add it at the time of the approval of the agenda. Correct, the chair does set the agenda, but once the agenda has been set and released, the chair's job in setting the agenda is commenced. And that's the way it was trained to me by VSBA, as we often say, go receive training from. That's what they trained me to believe. That's what School Board University, also by VSBA, has trained me to believe, and that has been this board practice and how we have operated down through the years. But to give any board member leeway to add whatever they want to because it's their position as chair, it's no system of checks and balance. And one way we have checks and balance with this board is what we're exercising tonight, the adoption of the agenda. So if it wasn't good to be done back in March because it was a violation, it didn't give citizens a time to stand up and speak for or speak against because it was possible a Foya violation, then it should be good enough now. And what the board should be discussing is, hey, should we call an emergency meeting next week? And what was the delay in getting this information to the full board? And the next question was the information that yielded this request shared with all board members at the time it was made known to other board members, which is also a policy of Suffolk Public Schools. And our thing is if a student cuts up and don't follow the code of conduct, they get suspended. If a staff don't follow the employee's handbook, they can get reprimanded. And once again, here's this board making a decision that goes against its own policy that we just less than 90 days ago, people took their last stand on that you cannot add an agenda item to the agenda once it has been published. Because our policy says board members are to get the information at least 7 days in advance. This was not within 7 days, which is a violation of another policy. But this can be solved if we have an emergency meeting next week. It doesn't have to be a long meeting. Anyone who needs to attend virtual, I don't know what the ramifications of that, but we can have an emergency meeting, approve what we need to be. But tonight, it's about the business that the chair had already pre-approved on the agenda that was submitted to us in compliance to our policy 7 days prior to, not 1 day add-on where the public don't have a general knowledge, what could put us at a risk of a legal lawsuit.
Attorney Waller, do you have any comments on this?
I believe I've addressed this issue several times today. I don't think any board member, Madam Chair, can point to a policy that says that the chair does not have the authority to amend the policy, the agenda once it has been published. There is no policy on that. Maybe you need a policy on that, but right now there is no policy on that. And I found it interesting in the comments expressed a few moments ago that it has been the board's practice. Well, it may have been the board's practice, but it's not the board's policy. The other thing to keep in mind is that this was added to the agenda and plenty of time for members of the public to comment on it, to sign up for either early appearance or late appearance. The reason that I expressed concern last time about adding things to the agenda was because it was being added at a time when the public would not have a chance to have any advance notice of it, and therefore would not have an opportunity to either speak at early appearance or late appearance. That is not the case with this. Clearly, you can remove it from the agenda because that is your option as a board, because you do have to approve the agenda. But the reasoning for removing it, I believe, and I expressed this in numerous writings today, to say that it was added improperly in violation of policy is not correct. But you can remove it because that's your option as the board, because you have to adopt the agenda.
Thank you. And I just want to make it clear that I think it was Tuesday when we all received this information. I don't know anyone receiving it before then, and then we're just giving it to the board. I received it on, I think it was Tuesday, and it was asked if the board needed to be polled because it would hold up construction of John F. Kennedy. And my response was, whatever we need to do to make sure we don't hold up the construction of John F. Kennedy, let's do that. And so that's why I was put on the agenda, and I was advised that, again, we could put it on the agenda because all chairs have that authority. So it was not something that I took among myself. I always advise our attorney is what is the legal ramifications to do.
Madam Chair.
You speak one time, is that correct? Because I'd like to speak again if you can speak to me.
No, this, that's twice.
Then I would like to speak again.
Okay.
Madam Chair, did you recognize me to speak?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. My concern is here, we're setting a precedence, and it seems to be a norm that some of our policies are very vague. And it is mind-boggling to me that it always come up like this. And when a policy does not exist, it goes back to whom the power is granted to, and that's the will of the board. No one person has that one will. It's the will of the board. And as a former chair, I did not have that authority as a former chair to add to it. No one is saying to hinder JFK. But the question is, putting it on the agenda tonight, once it has once released, I believe it goes against one of the lawsuits we had in compliance to Foya. I am therefore asking the board to err on the side of caution and not try to prove a point, but err on the side of caution that we call for an emergency meeting to address the one item. We could then call for, I don't know, Attorney Waller, you may can speak to this or whatever, but we could call for an emergency meeting, I believe, tomorrow to address it. Or we can call for an emergency meeting on Monday, which wouldn't have any hindrance. And then we also need to figure out why were we notified at the last minute about this by a site contractor and developer, and how do we prevent stuff like this from happening again? But I believe it's in our best interest to err on the side of caution and call an emergency meeting either tomorrow or Monday and go with the majority that can be there and approve and keep moving, versus setting a precedence of we do what we want. And if this has been the case, that there was no policy on adding items to the agenda for the chair, then I have some concerns with Policy Review Committee. Because as this policy has already been back to the committee before, this is something that should have been developed and discussed then.
Yes.
Whenever it appears that one, the policy says that board members, not the chair, have to go through a process for adding. The policy for establishing the agenda says that the agenda is established by the chair in coordination with the superintendent. So the whole agenda is established by the chair and the superintendent. That was done with me as chair, and it was done with Mr. Riddick as chair. That's nothing new. If board members want to add to the agenda, then they follow the process that we add. It is nothing new, and it's not done anybody who's done with giving favor to specific people. It's been there. And we don't keep changing the policy every time somebody wants to do something that they want to do that's inconsistent with policy. The chair establishes the policy with the superintendent, the agenda with the superintendent. So everything that's on this agenda has been done by the chair and the superintendent. It's if we want to add something that we go through the process. This is not new. That's been the process the entire time. And it's in the policy that the chair and the superintendent come together and do this agenda. We didn't do this. If we want to add something, that's what we do. So I don't know where we're going with this, and I don't even know why we're doing this. But it's really not necessary. Now, as I understand it, something happened. I'm not upset with the contractor at all. Mistakes do happen. But if this is going to delay further the work on John F. Kennedy, I see no reason in delaying it 1 day, 1 minute, any time. This was a hard-fought battle to get that school going, and I don't want to do anything to stop it. I don't care whether anybody dislikes, doesn't like, whatever. The contractor, if he made a mistake, he made a mistake. I don't know how this happened, but I know it's necessary in order to move the project further. And if it costs money to delay it, it does not make sense to me to do it. I'm done. Thank you, Madam Chair, for my time. I yield.
Madam Chair, I actually want to direct my questions to Attorney Waller. 2 things. Can you confirm, number 1, that it is a feasible option to call an emergency meeting as an alternative to doing it tonight?
You can certainly call an emergency meeting or a special meeting, but you also have to give notice of it. And because it's a call meeting, you have to give reasonable notice to the public that you're going to be meeting. So the answer to your question is yes. The other part to that is you need to give public notice of your meeting.
Is there a specification on what reasonable notice is for an emergency meeting?
It's based on the circumstances. And so it could vary from situation to situation.
Okay. And then my final question, can you affirm or guarantee that we are not in any way violating Foya by adding this tonight? Because that's a hang-up for me, is the potential for a lawsuit.
There was never a lawsuit under Foya because something was added to the agenda. There was never an allegation of that in any of the Foya lawsuits. And Foya doesn't deal with adding information to an agenda. Foya deals with 2 things: access to public records and access to meetings. They are the 2 things that are addressed in the Foya statute. Foya does not deal with agendas, how they are published, or any of that. It deals with notice to your meetings and the public right to be in the meeting room. That's what Foya now deals with, and public records, access to public records.
Thank you for that information. I just want to go on the record saying I don't want to delay JFK. I am open to an emergency meeting next week, but I don't know anybody else's schedule up here and if that's even possible and what reasonable notice looks like. I do wish that this process had unfolded in a more circumstances arose this week, and it caused confusion in how we were polled. And if the chair has the authority to amend it once it's released, then that needs to be written out in policy, and that's what we need to abide by to avoid this kind of confusion in the future. So I am struggling with this a bit because I am a stickler for following procedure, and I don't like it when I see that we fluctuate. But I also know it would be devastating to the budget and the timeline to to delay this too much. And since we can't sit up here and discuss when we can meet next week or if we even can, I'm not comfortable with shutting it down entirely with a question mark in the air that big.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
So I agree with Vice Chair Howell on the portion of I'd like to err on the side of caution, and I think it might be a good idea for this board to look right now at their calendars and see when we could meet for an emergency meeting, because I don't feel that it is, one, within the best interest of this board to continue to violate their own policy. It doesn't send a good signal to the district as a whole. We have administrators and educators and students watching us. So if our policy says we have to do it a certain way, then we do it a certain way. And no amount of, oops, it was a mistake, I didn't get it on the agenda. Let's follow policy. Let's do this correctly. The other thing is, the agenda has already been released to the public, and that's my concerning point, is that we've already released it. We've realized that we didn't add something. Let's follow policy. Let's all follow policy as board members. Let's err on the side of caution. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, one thing I want to get clear, you said that it was a mistake and it wasn't added. It was not a mistake. We just got this. And it was after the agenda was, so it wasn't like, oops, I made a mistake. We just got this week. So let's not put that out there, because that's not the way it happened. It's not true.
Okay. Well, whatever the situation is at this point, I'm just saying we need to err on the side of caution and follow policy.
And I'm really concerned that we're not following what our legal counsel has just told us all day long, that it's not violating anything. So either we believe what he says or we don't. And so,
Madam Chair, my concern is with story case 1. There was an action that occurred where the board was polled, and actions from the chair was implemented because of the poll. So when I'm recommending for the side of caution, it is to make sure that we as SPS are doing what's in our best interest to protect the organization. And I want to be clear, because I heard it thrown around too many times and people run with fake news. I am not saying delay JFK, because I fought extremely aggressive for it when people was calling it pig pens and didn't want it in that same area. I fought for it. What I am saying is, can we call an emergency meeting the same way we're having all this conversation now, or had the conversation in email exchange? We could have had the conversation to decide an emergency meeting on Monday at 11 o'clock, who's available, or Monday at 5 o'clock, who's available. If you can't attend in person, can you attend via Zoom? Can we just move forward and go? We could have had those conversations. But right now, it's just trying to prevail as in who's victor and who's in defeat. But what I'm asking is if we can legally do to protect the board. Yes, I have a difference of opinion than the opinion of our legal counsel. And that's not saying he's not a good person or can't do his job. And that's my right to have it. And it's based off our policy, and it's also based off past cases where polls were done and we were sued. And I'm just trying to move we were all in the same court case, move in an area of caution. I understand it's not your fault that it's just coming to us now. But let's use some caution and call an emergency meeting. If everyone is available tomorrow, let's have it.
Madam Chair, excuse me. Since we've brought up this first case, we do recall that the first case was reversed by the Virginia Supreme Court. So let's clear the air with that, because it was, okay? The case was reversed by the Supreme Court, and the part that wasn't reversed didn't have a thing to do with that. It had to do with us meeting with the mayor, and she didn't get to be a part of it. So let's just move forward with what we have to do, please, because we're just bringing in all sorts of stuff that doesn't have anything to do. And we do have legal counsel that says we have not violated policy. And so to sit and say we listen to legal counsel, but you don't agree with it, or a board member doesn't agree with it, I am sorry, because I'm violating what I'm supposed to do, Madam Chair. But we either have to listen to our counsel, or we're wasting a heck of a lot of money. He has already told us we're not violating policy.
Are you ready to vote?
Madam Chair, I'd like to amend the motion to include the removal of the bills and payroll as well.
It's under the consent agenda. That's the consent agenda.
Consent agenda.
Yeah, that's
not
the
on this
consent agenda. So can the motion be restated for our clerk?
Board Member Riddick moved and Board Member Dr. Brittingham second the motion to approve the agenda with the removal of item number 11, which is it's resolution 23/24-39, a resolution approving the terms and conditions of a right-of-way agreement between the Suffolk City School Board and Virginia Electric and Power Company, DBA Dominion Energy Virginia.
Madam Chair, I've tried a couple times to say something. I just want to say something. I am about policy, and I understand even what Attorney Waller said, that sometimes practice doesn't line up with policy. But I want to state, in this particular situation, I would like to have twofold come out of this. I would like to say that the Policy Review Committee should review the policy of adding things to the agenda and bring that back to the board with a more comprehensive or more detailed process that we can go to. But in the spirit of the law and not the letter of the law tonight, I believe it does no one any good or benefit to push this meeting out, to rearrange our schedules, to try and go through the hoops and hurdles of securing a facility, a location, and posting. I believe is extra burden to everybody. And I believe that nobody wants to delay JFK. So based upon that, I'm not in favor of pushing out for another meeting, although I would like the policy to be revised and for us to look at the policy. Thank you for letting me make my comments.
Thank you. We ready to vote?
What's the motion?
The motion is to take it out.
Board members, please vote. Board Member Dr. Brittingham?
Yes.
Board Member Dr. Brooks Buck?
No.
Board Member Byram?
No.
Board Member Riddick?
Yes.
Board Member Slingluff?
No.
Vice Chair Howell?
No.
Board Chair Jenkins?
No.
Motion failed.
I'd like to make a motion. I'd like to move to approve the agenda.
Second.
It's been properly moved in second. Do we have any discussion? We're ready to vote?
Board members, please vote. Board Member Dr. Brittingham?
No.
I'm sorry.
No.
Board Member Dr. Brooks Buck?
Yes.
Board Member Byram?
Yes.
Board Member Riddick?
No.
Board Member Slingluff?
Yes.
Vice Chair Howell?
Yes.
Board Chair Jenkins?
Yes.
Motion passed.
Public speakers on agenda topics?
It is the intent of the school board to ensure that the affairs of the board be conducted in an open and orderly manner, that all persons desiring to address the board are afforded an opportunity to do so in the order in which they sign up to speak, that persons in attendance may observe and hear the proceedings of the board without distraction, and that the members of the board and board employees are able to transact the business of the board with minimal disruption. Any persons addressing the board shall, 1, confine their comments to matters germane to services, policies, and affairs of the school board or Suffolk Public Schools. 2, refrain from words or statements which, from their usual construction and common acceptance, are construed as insults intended to incite violence or breach of the peace. 3, refrain from obscenity, vulgarity, or other breach of respect. 4, comply with the time limit for public comment as set by the board, which can be up to 5 minutes, unless the board, through the exercise of its discretion, decides to allow less than 5 minutes for public comment. 5, refrain from cumulative or repetitive remarks. And 6, refrain from making any comment regarding any pending student discipline or employee grievance matters. The appropriate forum for such matters is the applicable administrative hearing provided by state law or, where appropriate, court proceeding. Persons must not engage in disorderly, disruptive, or boisterous conduct such as, but not limited to, making noise, use of profane language or obscene gestures, yelling or similar demonstrations that interrupts or disturbs the peace and good order of the meeting. Persons addressing the board may deliver to the board or its clerk written materials including reports, statements, exhibits, letters, or signed petitions, and may also make use of any chart, graph during their verbal presentation. The school board welcomes comments from the public as appropriate. Board members will listen to public comment but will not comment, deliberate, or take action on them. The school board chair may direct the superintendent to investigate items and report back to the school board at a subsequent meeting. The chair or presiding officer shall preserve decorum and shall decide all questions of public order subject to appeal to the board. At the request of the chair, a city police officer shall act as sergeant-at-arms at tonight's board meeting. That officer shall, under the direction of the chair or other presiding officer, have charge of the meeting area, the waiting areas, and corridors adjacent thereto, and shall prevent disorder or interruption of the business of the board. Our only speaker is Cole Morse, who will be speaking regarding elementary rezoning proposal and vote.
Good evening, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, Dr. Gordon, and Suffolk Public School Board members. My name is Cole Morse. I'm here tonight in regards to the elementary rezoning, and I'm the father of 2 children in the Suffolk Public School System. But I'll try to speak from my very concerned tax-paying citizen point of view tonight. I'll start with the desegregation aspect of the proposal, which according to the presentations presented is the #1 reason for rezoning. Suffolk is made up of a very diverse group of people, as with most military areas. Largest, however, being white, non-Hispanic, around 42,000, and #2 being black or African non-Hispanic, around 39,000. A simple difference of 3,000 across 399 square miles that is Suffolk, Virginia. So wouldn't it reason that this proposed lack of diversity across our schools is due to where people live and nothing more? I'd like to point out that thankfully in the year 2024, we have a plethora of laws protecting a person's right to not be discriminated against when applying for lending, housing, or other avenues of obtaining a home. Essentially meaning anyone can move anywhere they want with their own financials as a limiting factor. Also, this means our school's diversity reflects the community it's in. Members of the school board came to schools and told us that the school lines have been drawn with racial ideals in mind from the 1970s and previous. At a time that was true, but now, how can that be when rezoning has taken place multiple times since then, such as when new schools were open or closed, for example, Driver, Creekside, Pioneer, and Florence Bowser? Are we all supposed to understand that Southwestern, which was open as Pioneer in 2014, had its zones drawn with racial ideals in mind? Another problem with the proposal is bus drivers. The number needed to execute this plan is not what is employed, and there's no reason to believe that there will be a rise in bus driver employment in 2025-26. To my knowledge, this is not to the fault of the school board, but this is a huge problem that is still unanswered as far as I understand it to be. The PowerPoint will show the PowerPoint being the school board's PowerPoint. Sorry, I didn't plan on doing this after or before the presentation. The PowerPoint will show a number of students and capacity for this 25-26 school year, and all the 11 elementary schools will open within approximately 100 students of being over capacity, most less than 100 away. This plan starts with schools at capacity. How much room for growth is that? As viewed by myself and many others, the rezoning proposal has been presented to the public as an order from the courts. This is simply not true. The DOJ did not order SPS to rezone. The law being referenced is the law in effect from 1954, Brown v. Board of Education, which is in effect across the entire U.S., desegregating schools. And the court order spoken about is from the Supreme Courts in 2014, specifically for Suffolk Public Schools to make changes in regards to desegregation. However, that court order resulted in a 2017 consent order, which verbatim reads, "Put the district on path to full unitary status within 3 school years, provided it," again, this is 2017, "continues its MTM program, complete, modifies attendance school zones affected by the opening of the schools in North Suffolk," again, this is 2017, that's Florence Bowser, "and develops and implements student discipline improvement plan to ensure fairness and consistency in the handling of disciplinary offenses." I have no knowledge on that one. I have not researched that one, I'll be honest with you. This was 2017, the North Suffolk School mentioned, I believe to be Florence Bowser. So why haven't we filed for unitary status across the board since 2017, having met those criteria? The talk of green factors will likely be brought up, but there is very little on how they're evaluated, even at the Supreme Court level. But nonetheless, the consent order states we satisfy what the courts deemed acceptable for student assignment by completing the 3 factors outlined in 2017. The letter to the board from the school's attorney, where there is an excerpt from DOJ attorney, Ms. Toni Coleman, was misleading to me. Ms. Coleman's job is to review anything like this from SPS to ensure it does not segregate schools and furthers to desegregate schools. That is all. And the only reason she saw it is due to SPS being supervised by them as stated in the 2017 consent order. The rezoning was not ordered by the DOJ as per Ms. Coleman. So I ask you all to understand the real issue at hand. We are running out of seats in our elementary schools, and this rezone aims to pack them full, serving as a Band-Aid until new schools are built. We are adding on the portable classrooms to accommodate school growth. Am I going to hit that? I'm sorry, that threw me off. Problem with the portable buildings and other temporary fixes is typically no increase in core facilities, such as your gyms, cafeterias, and other staff accommodations. Bottom line is we need more schools. According to estimates, Suffolk experienced the most significant increase in growth percentage compared to other cities in Hampton Roads region and the 6th highest in the Commonwealth from July 22 to 23. Do I need to stop here? Okay. Thank you. I'll stand by for any questions or comments, but thank you for the time and thank you for allowing me to come and speak. And thank you for the school board. I have not met one closed door in anything I've requested. Ms. Gardner has been great. She's actually helped me a lot with this, so I'd just like to say that. I have not met one closed door. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now we have the good news report from the superintendent.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to call to the podium Ms. Antoinette Dickens, our Communications and Community Engagement Officer, with a pretty lengthy good news report. We're going to talk about both of our Project Lead the Way programs, engineering and biomedical, once again, receiving national recognition. Our Colonel Fred Cherry Middle School, where several of our board members attended, received the first ever VMEA Blue Ribbon School recognition for Suffolk Public Schools. We have several of our STEM leads that are here who completed the STEM lead training program. Lakeland High School Jazz Ensemble receiving a superior rating in orchestra. Winners of the 2024 High School Art Competition. One of our Kingsford High School students, Maurice Hunt, selected to participate in the I'm Determined Youth and Family Summit. The Woodsman Life Awards, our middle school sports champions, our CV consortium that was partnered with, and Dr. Lightner will be representing that. Suffolk Public Schools receiving the Bronze Trailblazer Award, our CTE Competitive Innovation Program Equipment Grant, our May Teacher Spotlight, and I will also highlight things with the calendar of special events. Ms. Dickens?
For the introduction, Dr. Gordon. Good evening, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, members of the school board, and of course, those in attendance tonight. Before we actually get into the presentation this evening, a few months ago, we actually recognized Ms. Talisha Anderson, family nurse practitioner and CEO of First Choice Anderson here in Suffolk, for her accomplishments and contributions to the city and citizens of Suffolk. We did this highlight in our Stay and Prevail, where we acknowledge how we as a school district and school leaders can nurture and support our students to find ways to be successful right here in their own community. So if Ms. Anderson and her family can please stand. And is also a graduate of Lakeland High School, and she wrote a chapter in our STEM Century book titled The Business Perspective and Hireability. Yes, so she.
Very good.
So just, of course, as an alumni of Suffolk Public Schools, we want to thank you for all that you're doing to impact and make a difference in our Suffolk community, and we look forward to your continued success as a representative of Suffolk Public Schools. All right, so our project Lead the Way high school programs prepare today's students for the careers of tomorrow by not only incorporating STEM skills into their learning, but building students' collaboration, teamwork, and communication skills. And in SPS, we have 2 Project Lead the Way programs, Biomedical Sciences under the leadership of Ms. Sarah McDonald at Lakeland High School, and our engineering program under the leadership of Ms. Dawn Roundtree at Nansemond River High School. So for 6 years in a row, both schools' programs received the Project Lead the Way Distinguished School Recognition. We thank both of these amazing educators for the work that they're doing with our students to increase their engagement and achievement within the Project Lead the Way programs. And a few months ago, we told you that the music programs at Colonel Fred Cherry Middle School, the band, chorus, and orchestra programs received all superior ratings, qualifying the school to apply for the Virginia Music Education Association's Distinguished Blue Ribbon School Recognition. And it is now officially official. So the VMEA released the list of their 2024 Blue Ribbon schools on Friday, May 3rd. And Colonel Fred Cherry celebrated with a gala at Hub 757, where their staff, students, and their students' families attended for an evening reception. So we certainly thank our food sponsors, Sugar Mama's Bake Shop and Holland's Produce, and a special thank you to Hub 757 for actually providing their amazing venue free of charge to the school. Tonight, we also want to recognize our amazing accomplishment, the amazing accomplishment of our SPS STEM leads. So over the past 2 years, our STEM leads have demonstrated exceptional dedication and leadership in advancing STEM education within our division. Through their participation in 8 sessions of intensive professional development facilitated by the 21st Century Education, alongside Dr. Caitlin Leitner, our coordinator of science instruction, they have undergone rigorous training in design thinking methodologies. Equipped with this innovative approach, they have emerged as leaders in sharing their acquired knowledge and expertise with their respective schools. Their commitment to disseminating best practices and fostering a culture of innovation has been instrumental in driving positive change throughout our division. As we move forward, these STEM leads will continue to spearhead initiatives aimed at promoting excellence in STEM education, inspiring creativity, and preparing our students for success in the 21st century. Their dedication and passion for innovation serve as a beacon of inspiration for all educators in our division. And at this time, we will have Dr. Caitlin Leitner to come to the podium to present certificates.
Thank you. Good evening, Chair, Vice Chair, Superintendent, and School Board. Thanks for having us this evening. As your name is called, if you will please come forward. Kimberly Neerman. Allison Ely. Lauren Crouch. Taylor Flick. Elizabeth Riley, who's not able to be with us tonight. Yes. Yeah, sorry. Megan Bales. Raven Southall. Eric Pulley. Ashley Nettles. Holly Wooficle. Anita Henson. Frankie Ugalon. Tanya Richards. Tiffany Lockett, who's not able to be with us this evening. Yes. Leanna Hirsch, who is not able to be with us this evening. Ann Bailey. Terry Manami. And Tashiana Barnes, who's not able to be with us this evening. Perfect. I'd also like to acknowledge our core content coordinators who oversee math, English, and social studies, as well as our director of curriculum and instruction who attended all of these trainings with us over the last 2 years. Their participation highlights our division's commitment to integrating STEM across disciplines and serving all students. So, Kelly Greening, will you please come forward? Katrina Carey. They did not know about this, by the way. Dr. Janina Shabazz, who's unable to be with us this evening. Maria Lawson Davenport. And last but certainly not least, my STEM specialist, Rachel Hirschbrooks. Thank you.
Can we have all who were recognized to take a moment to step out in the hallway to take a group photo with Mr. Terrence Sharrock? Thank you. As everyone's making their way out into the hall, we'll continue forward with the good news report. We'd like to extend a huge congratulations to the Lakeland High School Jazz Ensemble, directed by Mr. Alvin Wilson, for receiving a superior rating at the Virginia Band and Orchestra Directors Association Jazz Assessment. The ensemble also received the following awards: Best Trumpet Section Overall, All-Star Band Drummer Cameron Saunders, All-Star Band Bass Alexander Landis, and All-Star Band Soloist Jemiah Franklin. All right, we want to celebrate the following students for their achievements in the inaugural and now the annual Suffolk Public Schools High School Art Competition. Students from all 3 high schools submitted over 170 works of art across categories including drawing, painting, digital art, and photography, mixed media, and 3-dimensional. This event, which was held at the Old Dominion University Tri-City Center, is a part of a partnership between the center and the Department of Fine and Performing Arts. A special congratulations goes to Ashley Barrios Marking from Kings Fork High School for winning Best in Show, as well as the following artists for winning first place in their respective categories. This is Ashley's painting. We have Kira Hoffman from Kings Fork High School. This piece is titled Longing. She's the first place award recipient for the digital art and photography category. Kylie Whitworth from Nansemond River High School for her piece titled Capture Reaping. Kylie Whitworth, also another first place recipient in the drawing black and white category. And Amanda Araklin from Kings Fork High School for her piece titled My Little Brother. Layla Good from Kings Fork High School for her piece titled Violet. Maurice Hunt Jr., a ninth grade student at Kings Fork High School, has been selected to participate in the I'm Determined Youth and Family Summit 2024, which is sponsored by the Virginia Department of Education. Maurice was one of 50 finalists selected amongst thousands of applicants and is excited to represent Suffolk Public Schools at the summit that will be held this month at James Madison University. Well, he'll have the opportunity to enhance his leadership skills and knowledge of self-determination. The following students are winners of the Woodman Life American History Award for Outstanding Academic Achievement in American History. Cheyenne Presswood from Colonel Fred Cherry Middle School. Carson Whitaker from Forest Glen Middle School, Camille Arias from John F. Kennedy Middle, Mateo Roca from John Yates Middle, Ethan Brown from Kings Fork Middle, Madison Stewart from Kings Fork High School, Lotus McConnell from Lakeland High School, and Brooke Fielder from Nansemond River High School. And this award encourages our students to excel in their studies and deepen their knowledge and understanding of American history. Our middle school athletes had an outstanding season for the first full year of middle school sports, and we want to celebrate all of our middle school athletes and give a special congratulations to our first middle school sports district champions. John Yates Middle School girls field hockey team, Kings Fork Middle School football team, and John F. Kennedy and Colonel Fred Cherry Middle School's girls and boys track. All right, Suffolk Public Schools' involvement in the Southeastern Virginia Environmental Education Consortium, that's a lot to say, is a partnership with Old Dominion University's Center for Educational Enhancements in Teachers' Ability to provide systemic, meaningful watershed education experiences to their students. As a result, participating Suffolk teachers have benefited from numerous professional development opportunities, classroom resources, and student field trips. And all CV teachers, partners, and school systems were honored for their contributions in making this program a great success. And Suffolk Public Schools received the Bronze Trailblazer Award from the United Way of Southampton Roads for our fundraising efforts during this year's campaign season. Our school division raised a total of $14,952.71. So we just want to thank our employee campaign leaders, our school liaisons, and of course all who contributed to our staff and student campaigns. We appreciate the participation from our schools and want to particularly recognize and congratulate our division winners, our elementary school winner, Creekside Elementary School, and our secondary winners, John Yates Middle School and Nansemond River High School, for raising the most money during our campaign season. Our Career and Technical Education Program won one of the 16 CTE Competitive Innovative Program Equipment Grants for high demand and fast growth industry sectors. The grant was awarded to purchase a simulator, and this adds to the fleet of simulators at our College and Career Academy at Pruden to enhance the utility heavy construction program at CCAP. And lastly, for our good news report tonight, we just want to highlight our May teacher spotlights. Lorna Griffin from Nansemond River High School, Renee Parker also from Nansemond River High School, Micah Coughlin from Elephants Fork Elementary, Rabita Ruffin from Colonel Fred Cherry Middle, Jamie Brown from Booker T. Washington Elementary, Janae Perry from Kings Fork Middle School, Keisha Thomas from Creekside Elementary, Aline Millett from Kings Fork High School, and Patrice Yisrael from Nansemond Parkway Elementary. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dickens. As I transition to the calendar of special events, as I add some additional updates, tomorrow is our last day of school. And yeah, they're excited. Look at our teachers over there dancing. It is excited about this because it's actually the last day for both staff and students. That was one of the things that we were really deliberate about for this year. Juneteenth holiday, as a reminder that all schools and departments are closed next Wednesday, June 19th. The next day is the official first day of summer. As a reminder, the CPPA, the Center for Performing and Production Arts vocal group, will be performing at the State Board of Education meeting on June 21st. Next week also begins our SPS 4-day work schedule. We will be working from 7:30 to 5:30 Monday through Thursday. Independence Day holiday, where all schools and departments are closed, July 4th. I want to rewind and also remind everyone that our first day of summer school is July 1st. And our next school board meeting will be July 11th. As a couple of things that we are looking at for this year, we had outstanding graduations this past Saturday, as Ms. Byram agrees. We had actually 1,007 graduates. We topped the 1,000 mark. Yeah, it was excellent. 234 at Lakeland High School, 374 at Kings Fork High School, and the winner this year, Nansemond River, at 399. Now, last year we were so excited because we had set a new school division record with scholarship money at 33.4, where this year it was actually eclipsed. And as of yesterday, and it may finally have reached that threshold, we are at $39.85 million, a new record for the school division for scholarships. Nansemond River leading the way with over $18 million. Also to the
Kings Fork.
Kings Fork, yes, thank you, Kings Fork. Also, I want to personally thank the hard work from Ms. Wendy Forsman, our Chief Financial Officer, and Dr. Jessica Avery, our Director of Human Resources, with a last-second assist from Ms. Sarah Williford, our Nursing Coordinator. As I stated earlier today during our work session, we have 96% of our staff has signed their contracts to return for the 2024-2025 school year. Those three individuals were crunching numbers and doing whatever they could. And for all of our staff that signed their contracts by the close of business on Monday, all full-time staff on June 20th, you will receive a $950 retention bonus. And all of our part-time staff, you will receive $475. Thank you for returning and showing your legacy with Suffolk Public Schools. That check will be issued again next Thursday, June 20th. And Madam Chair, that concludes my special calendar of special events and reports from the superintendent.
Thank you so much, Dr. Gordon. That's a good way to close when you're giving out money. Everybody appreciated that. You went out with a bang.
That's right.
Okay. And thank you for everyone's presentations and all of the great work that we see that Ms. Dickens has shown us here with our good news report. It's a lot of good things going on, and we appreciate everything that you all have done. I know the teachers are in tears that tomorrow is their last day. So we love you, and we couldn't be the best SPS without you. I just want you to know that, and the staff and the administration. So now we will go to our consent agenda, and we need approval.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I make a motion that we accept the consent agenda with the withdrawal of the bills and payroll, please.
Second.
Okay. It's been properly Moved in second. Is there any discussion? Now we're ready to vote.
Board members, please vote. Board Member Dr. Brittingham.
Yes.
Board Member Dr. Brooks Buck.
Yes.
Board Member Byram.
Yes.
Board Member Riddick.
Yes.
Board Member Slinglove.
Yes.
Vice Chair Howell.
Yes.
Board Chair Jenkins.
Yes.
Motion passed.
Okay. Unfinished business. Ordinance 23-24, -77. And this is an action item. Do you want to?
Move to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
Madam Chair, may I
Yes.
speak for
Sure.
discussion purposes?
Sure.
Thank you. So I still am not in agreeance with this policy. I do believe that it violates Virginia State Code in the aspect that it prevents board members from being able to conduct their duly elected duties. If you look at the Code of Virginia, it speaks to allowing board members to have access under Virginia Code 22.1-79, duties and powers. Number one, see that the school laws are properly explained, enforced, and observed. Number two, secure by visitation or otherwise as full information as possible about the conduct of the public schools and the school division, and take care that they are conducted according to law with the utmost efficiency. And number three, care for, manage, and control the property of the school division and provide for the erecting, furnishing, equipping, non-instructional operation of necessary school buildings and the maintenance of thereof of purchase, lease, and other contracts. And so because of this being a code issue, I am not in favor for this resolution. Thank you.
Okay. Attorney Waller, do you have anything to say in regard to that?
If you'd like me to. The code section that has been referred to is a code section that outlines general powers and duties of local school boards. And is that exactly correct? Those things that were named are in that code provision. However, there's another code provision, 22.1-78, that allows local school boards to develop its own laws to manage its official business. There's nothing in this policy that prevents board members from going to schools. It simply outlines how it is to be done. And so there is nothing in this policy that violates any code of Virginia. If anything, it is consistent with the Code of Virginia because it allows the school board to adopt its own policies and regulations to govern its management of its business, and it allows board members to go into schools subject to certain conditions.
Thank you. Are we ready to vote?
Madam Chair, I have a question of the attorney.
Yes.
On a different note, when the board makes a motion, because I know we're not under Robert rules, so I want to be certain. When the board, there's a motion, and the board votes on it, and the motion go through, and it's given directives to any committee, is the committee at liberty to not comply with the board's motion? And it still stands, or how does that work in that scenario?
Madam Chair, you want me to address it? I believe the Policy Review Committee has, in fact, attempted to put into policy the motion that was made. However, if the board feels that the Policy Review Committee did not do that, they simply vote down the policy. But the Policy Review Committee did its best to come up with language in a policy that was consistent with the motion. If the board members feel otherwise, they should vote down the policy.
Madam Chair, I would like to ask the board to go back to, and I'm already here, it's our February 8th, 2024 minutes, and it's page 7 of out of 10, and it states the motion, Board Member Riddick felt that his request was being misconstrued, and the requests were for the board as a whole, not individual agents, not individual engagement. He enlightened the past events, board members, and then Board Member Riddick made the motion that the board as a whole be allowed in the school, and it was seconded by Board Member Brittingham. And then you go to our March 14th minutes, and you'll also see where it is noted on page 11 of page 14. The clerk reread Board Members Riddick amended motion that the Board Member Riddick move and Board Member Brittingham second the motion to refer to the resolution that it goes back to the Policy Review Commission for Review Committee for the guidelines to be established in the spirit in which the request was originally made. The original request was not made for individual board members. That was the narrative that people wanted to run with, but that wasn't the request. The original request was for us as a board to come back and do what this board used to do in times past, when they would get together as a board and go and tour the city, tour the schools, go in out and have different borough engagement. That was the request, and that is what was sent to Policy Review Committee for revisions. The request did specify, 1 week, a quarter, without releasing the schedule, but that's what it was submitted. And what we have in front of us, based off of the minutes, was not what this body voted to do. It was a 4-3 vote, but it's not in line with this body had voted to do. So I'm going to vote no because of that. And that's another area that concerns me, and I'll share that at a later date for the sake of time, but it's just mind-boggling here.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
may I speak
Yes, you may.
with regard to the committee? When we met with the committee, and we've met several times on this particular issue, board members had already gone out and gone to schools as individuals, speaking of their right to do so under this particular idea, motion, vote, whatever, had gone out as individuals. We've discussed this repeatedly. And when we discussed it in a meeting, I believe Board Member Slingloff and Board Member Howe, all of us were there in this particular discussion of what you want. Now, if the spirit has changed now, that we're going out in a group and not going out as individual members, then we do indeed need to look at that, if that's not what you want. But if you're going out as individuals, as I believe you all have already, some of you have already gone out as individuals, then we don't know what it is you desire. This policy was formulated based upon what we understood you all to want to do, not as all 7 of us going to schools at the same time, because all 7 of us are invited to schools on a regular basis. On a regular basis, to walk through schools, to see schools, our legislative days, we go through schools and see schools. We have opportunities to go through schools all the time. So we don't have to write a policy to do that, because we get invited to schools all the time and can go through schools. The spirit of it was not followed through. Actually, when you all went to schools, some of you went to schools as individuals, going through schools, wanting to see schools, making your own appointments. So we're not really sure of what this is, but if that is the change, if that's what you're trying to say, you want us as all 7 of us going into schools at times 4 times a year and going into buildings 4 times a year, we need to be clear on what it is you want so that we can do what it is you want. We understood that, but then we saw what you did, what you said, and what you did, and there were actions that were taken that were not consistent with what you did. So we were unsure as to what it is, and if that would be made clear, because we don't understand the spirit of things, but we do understand actions. So if that's something that we need to look at, and I know that the opportunity was given for everybody to review this. We've had this on for how many days? At least 3 months, at least 3 months, the opportunity to look at this. So, again, we can vote it up or vote it down.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I'm going to ask the clerk to read before I speak. I'm going to ask the clerk, Ms. Gardner, to read the school board minutes that was given to her, the highlighted section in which I highlighted in blue, please, because I'm not going to talk. I'm going to let the documents that we all voted to approve speak for me.
Madam Chair, we don't have to argue about it.
It's not-
We know what the
Madam Chair,
document says, but we
do I
know
have the
what you
floor?
did.
You do?
You gave me the floor, Madam Chair,
Yes.
and I'm staying within lines of our board guidelines, and I just ask the same courtesy as I listen to others. I'm going to ask the clerk if she can read the minutes that was highlighted, because apparently there's some ambiguity as into what was requested. I made the request, I know what I said, but just in case, I'm going to ask the clerk if she can read what I said, because...
Oh, bless you.
Bless you.
Bless you.
Thank you, Mrs. Byram.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Sorry.
You okay?
Board Member Riddick felt that his requests were misconstrued and that the requests were for the board as a whole, not individual engagement. He highlighted past events that the board no longer does, such as community tours. He stated how that would be a way for board members to understand the need of other communities, not just their own borough.
And that was dated back in February, Madam Chair. I didn't change anything. Last month, at last month's meeting, I had a lot of deaths in my family going on, and it's some of you all knew about that I was dealing with, and I even made mention of that at the meeting. I had a lot on my plate. I admit to that. But what was stated in our record, voted into approval by all 7 board members when we approved the minutes, is what the clerk just read. So there's no ambiguity in what I requested. And if you go to the meeting minutes from March, when it was referred back to the Policy Review Committee, that's what it was referencing, the original spirit of the message that we as a board in uniformity. I don't care about what we individually have been invited to, because you know just as well as I know, individually we don't have any authority. Our authority is in us together. And the narrative that's in the community is that the board is not together. What I would like to see this board do is us come together and walk together as one body, as many as possible, and toward the schools. And that's what I was asking. But the policy is on the floor. I don't know, since we're no longer under Robert rules, I don't know how we pan out here. Attorney Wallace said we just voted up or down. But I just want the record to reflect the truth, because it's still the miscommunication of board members wanting to catch people in something. And that's just what people want to take from this dais. But that's not what I'm asking for. And that's not what the records reflect. That's what people want to run with. So I'm ready to vote, Madam Chair. I apologize for taking the time, but I want to set the record straight, because the misinformation needs to stop.
Madam Chair.
Oh, just a minute.
I'm sorry.
You have
And
something you want to?
Yes, I'm not in favor of this policy overall, for the very fact that I believe it is more restrictive of board members than our current policy. So if the attempt was to be more present in the schools, this is more restrictive. It is not more favorable for the board members to be in the school. It's more restrictive. So I'm not in favor of this policy.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, if we have 21 buildings 4 times a year, is that correct? That's 84 visits. 84. Am I correct in that? 84 visits. If we cannot serve on committees and work on the things that we have to do during the day for our obligations, 84 visits to schools and to buildings would be difficult. And I know we talked about that in the meeting as we were looking at this. I don't know, again, as we discussed this policy, one, what we're looking for that won't interfere with the day-to-day work of the superintendent and the staff, what we're looking for as we walk through the buildings, when we're invited to these buildings on a regular basis. We've recommended to any board member who has the time, sign up through the volunteer portal. You can be in any school on a regular basis if you want to go into a school. Do that. It's not a problem. If you want to do it, you can do it. It's not that anybody's trying to keep anybody out, as I see it, because I've been doing this for several years. If you really are serious about going in, it's a good way to see whatever it is you want to see, whatever it is you're looking for. If you want to volunteer, the only thing that you have to do is sign up through the portal. They do a security check, and you go in and help whomever you want to help. There's a good way to get into schools if you want to do that. But my question is, 84 visits to schools, going into buildings 4 times a year, what are we looking for? Because that was never established, and as we discussed this, we were trying to figure out what we were doing in the buildings as we go through the buildings. That's one of the discussions that we had during policy review. And we can keep sending this back, because I think until we write a policy that conforms to whatever somebody wants to do, we'll go around in circles with this, because we've discussed this, I think, at each policy review meeting. And we have been meeting once a month when the policy says we meet once a quarter. We've been meeting once a month trying to discuss the same policy, trying to figure out a way to make this make sense. And it hadn't done that. But I'm done with it, and I'm ready to vote.
Yes, let's vote, please. Can you please read it again, Ms. Gardner?
Madam Chair, before we read it, I would like to make one more comment, please. Dr. Buck, I would send you back to the powers and duties section, particularly clause number 2, secure by visitation or otherwise as information as possible, as full information as possible about the conduct of the public schools and school division, and take care that they are conducted according to law and with the utmost efficiency. That would be the spirit of this request.
Are we ready to vote?
Yes.
If we're ready to.
Board members, please. I'm sorry. Board member Ms. Byram moved to approve ordinance 23/24-77. And board member Dr. Brooks Buck second the motion. Board members, please vote. Board member Dr. Brittingham?
No.
Board member Dr. Brooks Buck?
Yes.
Board member Byram?
Yes.
Board member Riddick?
No.
Board member Slingluff?
No.
Vice Chair Howell?
No.
Board Chair Jenkins?
Yes.
Motion failed.
Now we are moving to new business.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to call to the podium Dr. Stonette Bird III, our Chief of Schools, as we are going to recognize several of our leaders who have participated in the Next Level Leadership Program. As I mentioned earlier during our climate survey, one of the things that we have made a huge focus for the entire division is being able to provide additional leadership training and opportunities for staff. Dr. Bird, as the leader of the School of Leadership and Innovation, has led this program with some innovative work. And Dr. Bird, I will turn it over to you to be able to share some recognition for our participants.
Thank you, Dr. Gordon. Greetings, Chair Jenkins, Vice Chair Howell, members of the board, Dr. Gordon, and our viewing audience. It is my pleasure to recognize a group of outstanding educators who aspire to be leaders within our division. But before we call them up, I would like for the other members of the Department of Leadership and Innovation to join me here at the podium. Mr. Littlefield, Dr. Skinner, Dr. Pichon, and Dr. Lee. And as they come up to the front, I also would like to recognize the other chiefs and directors, Attorney Waller, Dr. Gordon. All of these individuals held sessions with this group of individuals, a group of inspiring leaders, and poured their experience and resources into them. So we want to thank you all for your support of this program. So the Department of Leadership and Innovation, we facilitate a program that we call Next Level. These individuals went through a grueling application and interview process, and they were selected over many of their peers who also applied for this program. And as I mentioned earlier, they have been going through professional development for a little over a year, and they have completed the program tonight. So without further ado, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Pichon and Dr. Lee, who will assist in handing out the certificates.
Ms. Katrina Allman. Nicole Blankenship. Rebecca Bradley. Samantha Burrells. Megan Eberhardt. Gunther. Congratulations. Dawn Irwin. Natalie Caracalla. Congratulations. Ann McCoy. Teresa Myers. Joanne Pereira. Dr. Pereira. Jeffrey Seneca. Jennifer Soriano. We also had Kelly Simborski, who couldn't be here tonight. Dustin Kordoff. Tricia Wagerly. Kirsten Wright. Last but not least, Aaron Younger.
All right, thank you all for your patience for that. As a part of our consent agenda was our personnel report. And Ms. Johnson, you mind passing these out to the board members for me? We have two individuals that we want to be able to announce tonight that will be joining the central office team. First, we have our new coordinator of testing, Dr. Crystal Taylor, who is currently serving as the principal at Hill Point Elementary School. Dr. Taylor has a Bachelor of Arts in Interdisciplinary Studies from Norfolk State, Master of Arts from Regent University, and a Doctor of Education in Advanced Educational Leadership, also from Regent University. Dr. Taylor is here. Dr. Taylor will have you go ahead and come to the podium to introduce yourself to the board, as well as any family members that you may have in attendance.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Dr. Gordon, Board Chair Jenkins, Vice Chair Howell, members, and guests. I would like to take this opportunity to express my heartfelt gratitude for the opportunity to serve as coordinator of testing, research, and accountability. I am honored by the trust and confidence you have placed in me, and I'm excited to contribute to the continued success of our amazing school community. Your support and recognition mean a great deal to me, and I'm committed to upholding the high standards and values that Suffolk Public Schools represents. I look forward to collaborating with constituents to ensure a positive and enriching experience for all. Thank you once again for this incredible opportunity. I'm eager to begin this new chapter and to work diligently to make a meaningful impact within our division. Before I take my seat, I would like to recognize my family who escorted me here tonight. I have my husband, Marlon, my son, Xavier, a recent Bulldog graduate, 2024, and my daughter, Gabrielle. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Taylor. Next is one of our new coordinators of special education, Ms. Blythe Johnson-Jones. who's coming to us from the Virginia Department of Education. She has a Bachelor of Science from Hampton University in Psychology, a Master of Art in Education, also from Hampton University with a special education with an emphasis on emotional and behavior disorders. Ms. Blythe Johnson-Jones, if you're here, please come to the podium, introduce yourself, and as well as any family members that you have in attendance.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening to the school board members, to Madam Vice Chair and Chair, and also Dr. Gordon. Thank you so much for the opportunity to join Suffolk Public Schools. I celebrate this moment with my family, my parents who are freshly off the road from New Jersey to celebrate this moment with me, my husband, Terrence Jones, my daughters, Hollis and Hyacinth, who attend the Nasmith Parkway Elementary, and after tomorrow will be second and third graders. We recently moved to the area in the last 3 years. We fell in love with the community, so I thank you again for the opportunity to join Suffolk Public Schools.
We also want to take the time to introduce to the board our interim coordinator to purchasing, Ms. Linda Bates. Ms. Bates is currently serving as our purchasing buyer, but has been kind of doing dual roles as when Mr. Hines had vacated the position. She's had certifications as a Virginia Contracting Associate, Virginia Contracting Officer, and a Certified Procurement Professional with an associate's degree from Tidewater Community College. Ms. Bates has been a loyal member of the Suffolk Public Schools family since 2015. So Ms. Bates, if you want to introduce yourself and any family members you have in attendance.
Good evening, Dr. Gordon, board members. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to serve in this position. I have over 30 years of experience in purchasing, 9 of which have been with the SPS Purchasing Department. I have 3 amazing adult children that were raised in the Suffolk Public School System, and I currently have a granddaughter at Florence Bowser. So the success of SPS is very personal and resonates deeply with me. So thank you again for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you, Dr. Gordon, and welcome, welcome, welcome. We now have, with our new business, the elementary rezoning.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to call to the podium once again Dr. Stanette Bird III, our Chief of Schools. He will also be assisted by Mr. Waller, our school board attorney. As you know, this has been approximately a 3 to 4 month process with pending board vote tonight on our elementary rezoning. Dr. Bird will do a recap, also to discuss the community meetings that we have. Mr. Waller will also provide not only the historical perspective, but communications that we have received from the Department of Justice. Dr. Bird?
All right, once again, greetings all. My name is Stanette Bird, and I serve as your Chief of Schools. And as Dr. Gordon mentioned, presenting with me is Attorney Waller. As you may recall, we presented a rezoning plan back in February. During that presentation, we laid out our next steps, which included community information sessions, opportunities for feedback, and a final recommendation to the school board. Today's agenda includes a restatement of the rationale, a summary of our community information sessions, and of course, our recommendation. If approved, we will begin planning for the change that will take place the fall of the 2025-26 school year. This time, I'll turn it over to Attorney Waller.
On May 27, 1970, the United States filed a lawsuit against the Nassau County School Board and its school superintendent. The suit alleged that the school board maintained a dual system of public schools, and at the time there were 8 schools traditionally maintained for white students and staffed by white teachers, and 10 schools traditionally maintained for black students, and they were staffed by black teachers. On October the 18th, 1971, the Federal District Court entered an order approving the schools desegregation plan. The school board's plan addressed student assignment, faculty and staff assignment, transportation, and other aspects of school operations. On December the 8th, 1971, this case was consolidated with the case of Walston versus County School Board of Nansemond County. Walston and several other named plaintiffs, they had filed suit alleging that the school board discriminated against teachers and principals in its hiring and employment practices on the basis of race. After a successful appeal to the Fourth Circuit Court of Appeals, the court enjoined the school board from discriminating on the basis of race or color in the employment of teachers and other personnel, and from making use of the National Teachers Exam as an employment requirement without proper validation, studies, and job analysis. It was on May 24, 1978, that the court removed both cases from the active docket with leave for any party upon motion to have either case reinstated. After the court entered its order on May 24, 1978, removing both cases from the active docket, there was no further activity on either case. And then in 2009, while reviewing the school board's compliance with its desegregation obligations, the Department of Justice learned that the school board was planning to construct a new school, now Southwestern Elementary School. On December the 18th, 2014, the Federal District Court granted a joint motion filed by the parties to reopen the school's desegregation case and have the case reinstated to the court's active docket. On January 2014, the school board shared two proposed rezoning plans for the new elementary school. The DOJ could not agree to the rezoning plans because they failed to materially further desegregation. The school board then agreed with the DOJ to have the court enter a consent order that would modify the school board's student assignment plan to account for Southwestern Elementary School. This plan went into effect for the 2014-2015 school year. The plan included what is known as the Majority to Minority Program, M2M. The M2M program would allow black students who were attending schools that had a high percentage of black students to attend schools that had a high percentage of white students, and vice versa. The M2M program has remained in effect beginning with the 2014-2015 school year and is now expected to remain in effect through the 24-25 school year. Students that attend schools that have a high percentage of black students, namely Booker T. Washington, Elephants Fork, and McBean Jr., are allowed to attend Southwestern, which has a high percentage of white students, under that M2M program. For the first year of the program, 2014-2015, there were 35 students attending Southwestern under the M2M. For the current school year, 23-24, there were 95 students attending Southwestern under the M2M program. This number has fluctuated each year since the inception of the M2M program. For the 2019-2020 school year, the number of students attending Southwestern Elementary School under M2M was 120 students. This was the highest number of students attending Southwestern under the M2M program since its inception. Transportation has been and continues to be a major concern for students attending Southwestern under this M2M program. In order to further desegregation, address school overcrowding, and transportation concerns at various elementary schools, a viable option for the public schools is to pursue elementary school rezoning of certain elementary schools. The end result is to have the federal court declare that Suffolk Public Schools has achieved unitary status. This means that the school division has fulfilled its duties and eliminated vestiges of prior dual system of racial segregation. The U.S. Supreme Court has identified 6 areas commonly known as green factors that must be addressed as part of this determination. They include student assignment, which includes the administration of student discipline, faculty hiring, staff assignments, transportation, extracurricular activities, and facilities. By order of the Federal District Court that was entered in March 2017, the court found that the school board had achieved unitary status by eliminating vestiges of prior dual system of racial segregation in the areas of faculty hiring, staff assignments, extracurricular activities, transportation, and facilities. The only one area that remains unresolved before the school division can achieve unitary status is student assignments. The rezoning of certain elementary schools will address this last remaining area. The DOJ has issued to the division the following statement regarding the rezoning proposal. Based on our office's review of the data, maps, and other information provided by the district, along with the representations made by district personnel and council, we do not have any objections to the district's proposed elementary school rezoning plan. We reserve the right to raise objections, however, if we learn the district is not operating in good faith and/or if we learn of information from the district or community that significantly changes the information that we relied upon when reviewing the district's proposal. Please continue to alert us as to any community feedback that the district receives or any changes the district makes to the proposal. I want to point out to the board that without the rezoning plan, the division has no plan to address the racial disparity that exists in certain elementary schools, and there is no plan in place to further the school division's desegregation efforts as required by the current court order.
All right, so now on to a summary of our presentations. Dr. Gordon or I facilitated each of the meetings, and in our presentation, we covered the following. We provided a historical overview and context. We talked about information related to the desegregation order, M to M, and other expectations. We gave current demographics and rationale for selecting the 7 elementary schools. We shared our current zoning, and we also shared the proposed rezoning and the demographic input. Our first meeting was on April 25th, in which we went to 2 schools, Southwestern Elementary School, which had 28 people in attendance. Booker T. Washington the same day had 12 in attendance. On April 29th, we attended Hill Point Elementary School, where there was no one in attendance, and Kilby Shores, in which there were 4 community members in attendance. On April 30th, Nasman Parkway, there were 2 in attendance, and Elephants Fork, 2 in attendance. And our final community presentation was on May 1st at Mac Ben Jr. Elementary School, in which there were 9 in attendance. I was also reminded today that this is the year of the 70th anniversary of the landmark Brown versus Board of Education case. I would also like to point out that as Attorney Waller mentioned, that Department of Justice would be satisfied with our plan if we go through with it. And so it is our recommendation that the Suffolk Public School Board approve the proposed rezoning plan that impacts 7 of our elementary schools. These are just slides that show the visual image of the current zone versus the proposed elementary zone. And I will leave the next slide up, which is the demographic impact.
Thank you, Dr. Byrd. and Thank you, Mr. Waller, for providing that overview. One of the things that I definitely want to just reinforce that Mr. Waller said is without this plan, we are not satisfying the last level of unitary status. And Mr. Waller had also shared with the board some pretty bold statements that came down from United States Congress people and the federal government, as Dr. Byrd had pointed out, the 70th year anniversary of Brown versus Board of Education. And I am, as we were talking about erring on the side of caution, I am extremely concerned that if this plan is not adopted, that Suffolk Public Schools potentially could end up in federal court or be able to face other sanctions. And from the information that Mr. Waller has had in his meetings, Dr. Brown was also in original meetings. Actually, while we were at the Virginia School Board Association conference, Dr. Brown stepped out of a session to have one of those meetings. And each time after we had finished our community meetings, Mr. Waller, Dr. Byrd, and I had to meet with the Department of Justice for a debrief. And in those communications, they were very specific. We had to share all questions, provide a summary of what happened in our community meetings, any questions that came through our website for elementary rezoning, and we also had to provide feedback to any emails that we had received regarding this factor to make sure the Department of Justice had all the information that we had before they provided the letter to Mr. Waller about their current status. So, we have stated before when we first started this process that this was not something that Suffolk Public School Board currently came up with. This wasn't something that Dr. Gordon or staff came up with. This is based on the current desegregation order and the fact that we have not followed the guidelines for that for basically 70 years. And the summary that Mr. Waller had spoke about really describes some of the issues that we've had when it came to transportation, the fluctuation of the total number of students that were attending Southwestern Elementary School, and how that also hurts when it comes to planning for the total number of teachers per grade level as we try to keep our ratios at a manageable number. So I just wanted to be able to provide that additional narrative to the board. Thank you, Dr. Byrd and Mr. Waller, for providing that research. Thank you, Mr. Littlefield, once again for putting together the maps to make sure that we were not going to split neighborhoods, that we were using natural barriers to create this information. And thank you to our community members that came out to our different community meetings that we had. Mr. Morse and I had several communications that night, as well as after the meeting. And as he mentioned, he has been in constant communication with Ms. Gardner to make sure that he had all the same information that we had. So, Madam Chair, with that, I'll turn it back over to you for any questions or comments from board members.
Do we have any questions?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Slingloff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a couple questions, so I'm going to start with the first one. At what point, was it last fall when this first came back up again and was presented by the Department of Justice, or has this been ongoing in recent?
It was sort of like a quiet storm. What had happened was, some years ago, when we decided that we wanted to apply for unitary status, it coincided with DOJ reviewing school divisions that were still under a desegregation order. So those two things collided. And so at that point, we were looking at building another school. And so all of that rolled into the equation. And so when DOJ began to look at our schools, looked at the facilities, they came out and toured all of our buildings. They also looked at the programming that was in each school. They looked at student discipline records. They looked at the demographics of students by race that attended the various schools. And then based on their review, they then made certain decisions and made certain recommendations to the court. And that's how we were able to receive partial unitary status, but student assignments was still an issue. And so one of the ways for us to address that in the short term was under M to M, to try to move students around. So the way in which this all came to a head was that Suffolk wanted to apply for unitary status. At the same time, it coincided with DOJ doing their review of school divisions that were under a desegregation order. And that's how we got together.
When, I guess what I'm asking, when was that? When did we kind of come to this head that we were back under this scrutiny for unitary status, looking for unitary status?
It first started back in 2009.
Okay, so I guess where I'm coming from is I understand that as a board, it's part of our duties to provide for, as it says in powers and duties of the code, to provide for the consolidation of schools and redistricting of schools. So I understand that's part of our roles and our duties that have been assigned to us. My concern with this, I've been on the board for 1.5 years now, and this has never come to the board for a discussion since I've been on the board. So we've never had a work session to discuss how we were progressing with regards to unitary status, how we were, the MTEM program was working, and whether we were successful with it. So I understand from what I'm hearing tonight that I know these discussions were going on back at least last fall with administration and staff, with leadership within the schools, but yet it falls directly under our duties to deal with the redistricting and rezoning. My concern with that is instead of being a part of the collaborative discussion of the issue at hand and the board coming together to look at all options, we are being given one option. From the time this was presented to us a couple months ago to now, the option was already formulated. The answer was already formulated without us being a part of any brainstorming or engaging in it. There may be no other option. There may be no other, solution to this problem. But I feel as a board, our hands are tied. We don't have an option because what we're being told, we're either going to court, we're losing federal money, or we're rezoning. So any common sense person on a board is going to say, I have to go for the rezoning because I don't want to end up in court. I don't want to lose money for our kids, so we're rezoning. And I feel that that's a disservice to the board members for us to not be a part on the front end and to not be engaged in the front end with a work session where we could have discussed possible options. We have been told what the option is and told what the solution is, and we have nothing now. At this point, we're too far into it. We had the presentation a couple months ago, and then immediately followed by presentations to the public, which I don't believe were advertised as well as they could have been by the fact that there was not enough attendance. There was no attendance at Hill Point. I went to Hill Point and nobody showed up. There was attendance at Southwestern, which was decent, but of course that's the school that's getting the biggest brunt of this. And the other schools were minimal when you consider how many people are being impacted by this. So I feel that this is putting the board in a rock and a hard place that is not fair to us, because not only has this rezoning been considered and the plan brought forth, but if the board had been consulted when this whole process, I know for a fact that several board members would have said, have we talked further about full district rezoning for other purposes as well? So I'm concerned with the fact that we are again being forced in a bad position that is putting our school system in a bad position because we were not informed and brought into this discussion earlier on in the game. That's not a fair position for the board to be in, and I'm frustrated with this position.
If I could just address one thing, because I don't want anyone to leave here thinking that DOJ is requiring the school board to rezone, because DOJ is not requiring rezoning. The court order simply requires the school system to desegregate. However you decide to do that and however you choose to do that is totally left up to you. But rezoning is one possibility. I'm not at all suggesting to you that is the only possibility, but that is a possibility. The only thing that the court order requires is that there be desegregation. The only thing that DOJ wants to see is that there's a good faith effort to do just that. And so that's the reason why we are here.
And just to add to what Mr. Waller says, anytime we have community members that don't show up to things, we have to get away from thinking that things were poorly advertised, because that's not the case. This information was not only shared on our websites, there were school messengers, text messages, flyers at each individual school, maps at each individual school within the lobby. We made sure that we did everything that we possibly could. And depending on the impact on the schools determines how much people are invested in it. Now, Mr. Waller is correct when he says that rezoning is not the sole option, but it is the best one, because we have tried the M2M program. It is not sustainable. We all have just reviewed the climate and culture survey results, where our school community still has concerns about transportation. As you remember, when Dr. Byrd did this presentation and Mr. Waller did this presentation, we specifically stated that Mr. Privet, being the Director of Transportation, was a huge part of that. And we also are predicting that this will happen to shorten our transportation routes. That's the main reason why, when we were creating the maps that Mr. Littlefield did, that we were using the natural barriers. I think we got to be able to reiterate one of the things that Mr. Waller said. If we don't do this, there is not a plan. And if there is not a plan, there could be consequences, especially with the government's talking about it and saying that. Now, as far as the board being involved, we actually had a presentation that was highlighted by community engagement on the M2M program last year. But we also felt, based on the agenda review when I first brought this to Ms. Jenkins and Ms. Howell, and they were very clear about making this a 4-month process, because we believe that would be adequate time for the board to be able to process and talk about and have discussions. We had public hearings on this. We had 7 community meetings on this, and now this has been on the table for 4 months. So I want to make sure that everybody here understands nothing is being forced upon the board. These meetings that have been happening with the Department of Justice have been happening throughout. The Department of Justice actually came to Southwestern Elementary School and had a meeting with the staff there to talk about the progress. We have to have routine updates because we are under a desegregation order. These are the things that come with being a school division that's under the order. So in 4 months, we have shared all the information that has been presented to us by the Department of Justice. I believe that Mr. Waller has done a good job of providing the historical concepts and the entire background of it all. If the board decides to vote it down, the board decides to vote it down. There's really not a lot that we're going to be able to do about it, except for wait to see what the Department of Justice says regarding next steps. And that is something that Mr. Waller actually communicated today, to determine what would be the consequences of next steps. And I will be 100% honest and say I am extremely concerned about that. We have to be extremely concerned about this. We have to be able to deal with the challenge of what we are seeing today. Suffolk Public Schools is the only one in Virginia, the only one. And that's not a list that we want to be on, especially how we try to celebrate the diversity and inclusion of our school system. So if there are other options, to your point, Ms. Linglove, if there are other options that the board would like us to review, we've had months to talk about that. So on the day that we actually have the board vote to say, let's look at some other options, if you have some, please give it to us now. But just know that even if we try to bring those options forward, that starts the entire process over again, because then we not only have to explain to the Department of Justice why we are doing these, or what these new options are, but we also have to explain to the Department of Justice why we moved off of rezoning in the first place. And I just really want to make sure that the board understands that perspective.
Madam Chair,
Let me let Dr. Buck go first. and
may
then
I
I'll come
just
back.
speak, since he's responding to me, may I just speak back, and then I'll be done, please?
Go ahead.
My concern with this and what I was trying to state, I'm not saying this is not the best plan. What I'm saying is that when these discussions, which were hush-hush, end of last year, beginning of this year, that was being handled with staff, it should have come to the board as an option. Here's what we're faced. We have to turn this in, and we have to turn the ship around by this time. Here are the options. We believe this is the best option, but we're not being given an option. We're being told this is the option, and if not, we're out of luck. That reminds me of a saying that says, lack of planning and preparation does not on your end does not constitute an emergency on my end. We are in an emergency situation, the way I see it from the board. We were not given an option to plan and prepare on the front end. You're giving us one option. I'd love to know what those other options were. They were not presented to the board. You're saying that we've had 4 months to discuss this. We have not had 4 months to discuss this. It was presented to us. It was presented to us, but as a board, we cannot have a discussion unless there's a public meeting. There has been no work session on this. There was no public meeting for us to come and collaborate on it. You had public meetings with the public, but we never had, as a board, a meeting to discuss the options before us. We were given one option. There was never an option to look at all options. So if there are other options, I personally, for one, would have liked to have known what those other options were, because we are disrupting our entire community, affecting a lot of families, and unless I know for sure that this is the best option, I can't in good conscience say this is the best option if it's the only option and I haven't explored anything else and nothing's been brought to us. So I agree it was presented to us a couple months ago, but nobody else has given us any other options or given us an opportunity to discuss it as a board. There has been no work sessions. That is a fail of this process if we are to function as a board. We are not responsive. We need to be proactive. Proactive means that when there's a task that is of this magnitude, we should be on the front end and not on the back end rubber stamping it.
Dr. Buck?
Thank you. I think that as the oldest person here, sometimes it helps a little bit to have lived through these segregation experiments. I started kindergarten with the first Brown decision and first grade with the second one. I'm from your sister city, Norfolk, and I wrote down some things so that people would understand why I don't support this, because I wanted them to understand. I wanted them to understand. I want you to hear the things that I wrote down. Having lived through this myself in segregated schools, desegregation is best done willingly by people of goodwill. That's why I supported the majority to minority transfer system, and I think it's the best way. It's the slowest way, but I believe it to be the best way, because you have people who are willing to work, willing to be together, wanting to be together. I believe that's the best way. 2, I listened in 2014 when parents came and insulted the families of Booker T, when they didn't want to be a part of the school, and they gave all sorts of reasons, and I've gotten some of those from emails from people. When in truth, Booker T has the same curriculum as Southwestern and all of the other schools, because we all operate under the same system from the state. The truth is that, as I understand it from someone who was a principal in this system years ago, Booker T and Northern Shores were the first 2 schools to pass the SOLs in Suffolk Public Schools. So it's not that anybody's getting an inferior education. As I looked at graduation yesterday, I saw students who started at Booker T, went to John F. Kennedy, and graduated from Lakeland and Kings Fork, who graduated with dual diplomas, summa cum laude, magna cum laude, and cum laude, and will go to college 2 years and finish college. So I want to say that as my number 2 reason. Nobody's going to be mistreated if they go, but if they don't want to go, there are people of bad will who'll spend their time trying to do everything they can to demean and destroy and pass misinformation about Booker T. The children that will be moved, and of course, for me, it's a big thing. The children that will be moved, many of whom are coming from schools that are going to be new schools, are going to be moved around more than once. And I don't care for that, because they're going to begin at one school and they'll be passed around to another school if we have the city stick to its promises of new schools. I believe we need to hold them to the fire, and that's my reason number 4. The city should not be let out of building the new schools that they're going to build. We know that Elephant's Fork is not going to be in the place that it is right now. It cannot be. And because it cannot be, those children are going to be moved. Everybody has good intentions, but what can I say about good intentions, okay? I'm not for letting the city off the hook. Not at all. They need to build those new schools they promised us. Kilby Shores, Elephant's Fork, Nansmouth Parkway, all of those schools are supposed to be new schools in different communities. And we know that we're going to have to move some of them. So we need to be prepared for that. I know that it's a slow process. I know that we have busing problems. But the problem is we're moving forward with programs. We're talking about having our new science program at Booker T. How are those children going to get to school? Somebody's got to ride the bus. We're in Suffolk. That's the only way to get there. So we're going to have to look at a whole lot of new and enterprising things. We just have to come up with them. And finally, in my opinion, and from personal experience, just so nobody will get it twisted, racism is a problem in Suffolk. And it's a problem that we have to deal with, because I honestly, truly, absolutely wrote the book on resegregation. This is one of them. I know that when you're out from under court order, just like Norfolk, you are desegregated, you were desegregated, and then you resegregated when nobody was watching. So for those reasons, I don't support this. If we do have to go, we do have to go. But I believe with all my being that this is not a good decision. Those children who are already at Southwestern, who've started, those children who are at Booker T, who are there, need to stay where they are and finish their school. I remember, as old as I am, my first grade teacher, my second grade teacher, and I believe shifting children around when you don't have to do it, you don't need to do it right now. That's just my opinion. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for your time.
Madam Chair, may I speak, please?
Sure.
I have spent the last 3 months receiving emails and phone calls, going to town halls, attending the school events where parents came and spoke about this rezoning. And I cannot, in good conscience, vote for this tonight because I do not believe it is in the best interest of my borough, Holy Neck. I do not believe it is in the best interest of Miss Byram's borough in Whaleyville either. The impact to these families, I have heard. I have spoken to them. I have seen the emails they have shared with me, and I do not believe at this point in time that this is in the best interest of either of those boroughs. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Ms. Merrill?
may I comment?
Sure.
Thank you for saying that, Dr. Brittingham. I join with you in that, of course. I just want to make a few comments, and I've been on the board for 16 years, and I've seen many plans, many CIP plans during that time, and I know the board has diligently, wherever the board was, they have all agreed and asked for new schools and new renovations, and we've received some of those. That's the good part. We haven't received everything we've asked for, and we have diligently waited for new schools in our city for many years. In some parts of our city, we waited 20-plus years for schools. For a time, we built schools very quickly, and I thought we were making progress. We opened Southwestern in 2014. We opened Florence Bowser in 2018. We opened Colonel Fred Cherry in 2018. We were making progress during that time. Also during that time, our city was growing immensely. We are growing still, and we will grow more. We are looking to the future. I thank the comments of Mr. Cole Morris, who spoke earlier. He said, the city needs to build new schools, quoting what he said. When it comes down to it, we're a city of 431 square miles, and we see growth all around us. And we know what we need. The school board has known this the entire time I've been on the board, this 16 years. Looking back a little bit, when I first came on the board, we closed 2 schools, Mount Zion and Robertson Elementary School. Robertson was a school in the village of Whaleville, which was doing an outstanding job. I was the only school board member at that time that voted against the closing of that school, because I, in my wisdom, thought that we were going to need that school one day, because the city was not building enough schools rapidly as we grew. And now I know we needed that school. It's a fine recreation center named after my once beloved friend, Curtis Muletiel. But we still don't have a neighborhood school in my area. I have spoken with a lot of my constituents. I'm like Dr. Brittingham. I've heard from countless people, emails, texts, telephone calls about this, and many people expressed their unfavorable opinion of this. We have always, for the last few years, used the M to M, and they expressed the opinion that they were in favor of the M to M. And I also know that as we have built new schools, we have also tended to rezone. And at that time, as Dr. Buck said, we don't disturb people. We just rezone as we build new schools. I do not favor rezoning at this time for those reasons, and I ditto everything Dr. Buck said. Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I have a couple of questions. Does the proposed elementary school rezoning eliminate the usage of mobile units at the schools impacted?
The proposed elementary school rezoning reduces enrollments at McBen, increases enrollments at Southwestern, Booker T. The only thing that will remove mobile units fully is the building of new schools, which is the reason why we asked for Elephants Fork Elementary School to be moved up on the capital improvement plan.
Thank you, Dr. Gordon. I do share the same stance as the board members who have come before me with their comments. I cautioned this board last year when we were talking about joint use, at our preparing for our joint meeting, and I referred to operating as 2 separate cities and still being under Brown versus Board of Education schools. And we'll later talk about one of those Brown versus Board of Education schools, the 1954 Freeney Avenue's East Suffolk Primary School. And I said it then, as I'm saying it now, we have to look at our growth and anticipate where we're going to build the new schools that eliminate these types of problems. I'm looking at a different issue according to this map. And the map is not an issue based off of color, but it's an issue based off of social economics. My concern is looking at the map and the financial data map, it appears to me that those students of families who have an economic disadvantage are centralized to one school system. And I don't think you all did that when you was designing, because that was not one of the variables considered. But I think that would be a new problem. So what I would say is I would like more options, because I can't support the options that's presented before me right now. I'm open to other discussions on ways we could comply with the federal order, but we need a better option than what we have.
Vice Chair?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will be brief. Being in one of the 2 boroughs that are minimally, if at all, impacted, this has been tough, as Board Member Slingloff said, to to have to choose between funding issues and a court order or the well-being for an entire section of our community was not an easy decision. And having heard my fellow board members and their viewpoints, it kind of reaffirms the question I've had rolling through my head this entire week. Is this decision the best for the kids, or is this decision the easiest way forward for those of us who are accountable for this decision? And having heard all these viewpoints and the plethora of emails that have come in at the 11th hour, I stand with the board members who have spoken up and saying that I don't feel in my heart this is the best decision for the kids. I feel like it's the best decision for us to avoid court or other issues, but that's not what's driving me on this board. I signed up to be here for the kids and for the parents and for our staff. And so I thank you, Dr. Gordon and Dr. Byrd III, and Attorney Waller and Mr. Littlefield for the tremendous amount of work you have put into this. It does not go unnoticed. I have grown weary reading over all of the work you've presented to us. So I acknowledge this took a tremendous effort, and I thank you for that. So I wanted to just say that.
I just want to say that everything that everyone said, we've all been taking this in consideration. But to piggyback on something that Dr. Buck said, the perception that a lot of people that have said, I don't want my kid going to the Booker T area, I don't want that Booker T to be stereotyped. Because my kids went to Booker T, and I know a whole lot of other children, and it's not a crime area over in Booker T. So I just want people to know, I don't care where it is, if it's predominantly black neighborhood, whatever, it's not a bad neighborhood. It's mainly a lot of retired teachers that live in that neighborhood. So it's a very prominent neighborhood, actually. And so I don't want that to be out in the community, because that's the feedback that I've been getting. I don't want my kids going over in that neighborhood. And I'm telling you, it's probably better than a lot of neighborhoods here in Suffolk. So that's one thing that I wanted to point out. And just like our vice chair said, we are here, we were elected board members to represent our constituents and put our kids, our students first. And we talk about behaviors, and we know, me being a behavior specialist, there's triggers. We don't want to add unnecessary triggers to our students that will affect them in their learning. And so this is a big task. And I asked, is there a way that we can maybe table this, go back and look at some other options, even if we come back to this, is that a possibility that we can do that? But that's my feel on it right now. We have the motion, so we can either, like Attorney Wallace said, we can vote it up or we can vote it down.
Madam Chair, was it a motion on this?
Well, we will.
Okay. Madam Chair, I move that we table this decision until our August work session. I don't know if we're doing that in the summer session, where it would give staff time to go and look at other options, if possible, give us time if we want to schedule a discussion or something, and then we'll come back in August and revisit. That way, it's sending a sign also to the Department of Justice that we're not just saying a flat-out, no, we don't want to handle the situation, but give us a little time to further investigate and explore our options.
Madam Chair, I'd like to amend that motion to include at least one work session, if not 2 work sessions, for us as a board to sit down and put our heads together and discuss this as a board.
Okay. Do we have a second?
Second.
Any more discussion? And I have one question. Is there a way we can go to them and ask them for information of how they perceive we could put options together?
So the Department of Justice will not provide options. That's what that's what the school division is supposed to do. They have to basically say if the options that are being presented to them satisfies the need to achieve unitary status. And so we will be able to bring things back depending on what our Department of Justice contact, Ms. Coleman, says when she responds to Mr. Waller's inquiry.
Madam Chair,
Yeah.
could we at least ask her for examples of divisions who were under a similar circumstance and what did they do to achieve versus, hey, you're not giving us an option, you're giving us a real case in point what someone has done in another district, so that way we can consider?
I'm not sure that she will do that, but I may be able to do some of that research on my own. As Dr. Gordon has indicated, DOJ is not going to give us options. I've had some of those conversations with them before. They're leaving it up to us to come up with the options. And then they will evaluate the options we've come up with and determine whether or not they believe that it furthers desegregation. And then, should we petition the court for unitary status, what I would hope to see, whether or not this is going to happen or not, I don't know. But what I would hope to see is that when the time comes for us to petition for unitary status, that DOJ will not be objecting to that. Now, whether or not they will join in a joint petition or not, I don't know. But the one thing that I don't want to see is that I don't want to see it to turn into an adversarial situation, because I don't think that's going to be good for anybody.
May I say something as well? Madam Chair, when we, in other situations where this has been the case, when new schools are built, new communities are being built here in Suffolk all the time. In our new communities, like in Hill Point, like in my community, like in some of the other new communities, we don't have this problem because Suffolk has older parts in older areas of the city. That's where we have those problems. The same thing was true in my home city of Norfolk. That's where those places are, where you have areas in the older parts of the city that are completely segregated because they were, and the vestiges of segregation are still there. But as we build those new schools that we were promised, and as we put them in places where we know we can do that, the dynamics are going to change. And it's not that you're going to have to manipulate people and move children. It's going to happen. It happens where I live. It happens in other parts of this, and it's going to happen. So it may change for us if we get those things done. Now, it takes time, but like I said, desegregation lasts, and it works when people are willing participants. When people are fighting it, we spend most of our time fighting each other. And it serves absolutely, positively no purpose. Now, if the courts make us, I lived in Alabama, that's the make me states. There are some states that's a show me state, and there's some states that are make me state, and some places you have to make folks do what they have to do. And they sort of get accustomed to it, but they spend a lot of time fighting it. And I, for one, have lived long enough to know that people on the other side get to a point where they say, I don't want you there. If you don't want to be there, I don't want you there. And that's not a good place for all of us to be, because we're in a human race. And if we don't start learning how to get along, we're just going to destroy each other. And hopefully that's my sermon for the evening. I'd just like to get to some positive things I've witnessed this month. Thank you, Madam Chair.
We ready to vote?
Board members, please vote. Board Member Dr. Brittingham.
Can you reread the motion for me?
Board Member Riddick made the motion to table the elementary rezoning final to August, to the August work session for additional time for discussion of options. And Dr. Brittingham amended that motion to include additional work sessions. And Board Member Dr. Brooks Buck seconded the motion.
Yes.
Dr. Brooks Buck,
Yes.
Board Member Byram,
Yes.
Board Member Riddick,
Yes.
Board Member Slingloff,
Yes.
Vice Chair Howell,
Yes.
Board Chair Jenkins,
Yes.
motion passed.
Thank you.
Stuff we got.
Now we have the number 3, professional organization affiliation for 2024-2025 school year. That's an action item.
Move to approve.
Second.
Choose which ones.
May I? In regard to the motion, it doesn't say one or the other. It says we're required to discuss and choose. So while I have the floor, if I may, I don't think that we have a choice in this situation. First of all, our current policy says organizations such as. It doesn't designate one. But if we are a member of the VSBA, as we are, and last year, when other organizations were considered for training, the statement was made that that would conflict with our relationship with VSBA. I think that still stands. So if we are to choose, I think by default we have to choose COSPA because VSBA is no longer affiliated with NSBA from my vantage point. But my bigger point is I don't think we have to designate one because our current policy doesn't designate one. It says such as, and it lists some examples.
Madam Chair, may I speak, please?
Yes.
I agree with Vice Chair Howell. I don't believe that we need to make a choice. I think it is a matter of we can choose whichever. So I agree with her.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
my concern is when we get information from different sources, there's no uniform measuring stick that we measure to as far as performance. Last year, I had the pleasure to attend COSPA in its inaugural session. Year before. And, no, it was last year. Sorry, I'm getting old. Last year, and it was explained why VSBA pulled out of the NSBA. And it was issues regarding management that was beyond our scope, and they didn't feel it was wise to take the money that we paid into VSBA and invest it in the NSBA. So some other state school boards combined together and did COSPA. My concern is I believe we need to choose one or the two, or we need to put a limit on just these two, because there are so many different sporadic training groups that are coming out. And my concern is if we're not receiving training that the school board pays for from one uniform standing, then we're getting different information. And I may go to COSPA, and COSPA's Urban Board Alliance may talk about one thing, and you go to CUBE, which is NSBA, and their alliance talk about another thing. Or the legislative agenda at COSPA is different from the legislative agenda at NSBA. Or COSPA is more lenient with the roles and responsibility of a board, where NSBA may be more strict and straightforward. No, this is your duty and this is what you're supposed to do. When we come back with that information, it's our implementation of cross-information that could possibly upset the fabric of the board. So my recommendation would be the board may have to hone in as into which organizations are we going to allow board training to be from, that we cover.
Madam Chair. Oh. Did you?
Go ahead.
Here's my concern. I'm just going to speak from a personal basis. We have been elected in our boroughs by the people of our borough. We were elected because we brought to the table different characteristics, different purviews, different ideology, different things that we stood on, and different passions for the school system. My concern is this last year, I have attended the VSBA trainings, some of them, and I have also wanted to attend some trainings for some school board organizations that are stamped with approval from the Virginia Department of Education as well. Those particular ones aligned more ideologically with my position. The challenge is that there's $21,000 that's allotted to this board for training. There's 7 of us. One would think that's $3,000 per board, although that's never been outlined to any board member how that training money is divvied out. I have had to pay out of pocket, and perhaps other board members have had to pay out of pocket to get additional training that aligns ideologically with my stance and how I perceive my job and my duties. So the concern that I have with any of these policies is that it's not equitable and it's not fair, and we're trying to fit all board members into one box ideologically according to what a majority deems to be the way to go. But that's not representing my constituents who voted me into this position well, because they may not agree with everyone on this board.
Mayor?
I'm going to let Dr. Buck go next.
If we, well, what I was going to say is that is it COSPA? I want to say it right. When we aligned with COSPA, the Virginia School Boards Association was a part of the National School Boards Association, which is the established group. From them, we get periodicals, we get national perspectives, we get much more than the new organizations have been able to provide. One of the newest organizations was on television a couple of days ago. I'll direct you to that after the meeting. But there are some problems with some of the organizations with regard. So I think there needs to be something for us to look at established organizations that we know we can work with, that we get something from, rather than people that we're not getting anything from. Because as far as I know, now I don't know, I have seen no communications other than what's on the net from COSPA. When we went to the National Organization for Advocacy, we were set up to go to Congress to talk to our congressman. We get the American School Boards Journal from the National Association. From COSPA, I haven't gotten anything. I don't know if anybody has gotten anything, but I don't think they're there yet because they're a new organization. They just started with certain states, and I know some of the states that initially started it have dropped off and rejoined the National School Boards Association. So I'm not sure of where that's going. I said it's a new organization, so I don't know how established they are at this point. I never ask about dividing the money up or where we go. When I ask to go to a conference, if it's an approved conference, they go. Now, since I've been on the school board, in 12 years I've been on the school board, if I went to a conference that was approved for the National School Boards Association, the Virginia School Boards Association, I've only gone to those for the school board. Even though I'm allowed to do some things, whenever I get to the National School Boards Association, it seems like I always have to take my own credit card out and pay for stuff and then hope to get my money back. Okay? Meals are usually included, so I don't have to do that. Usually included, and sometimes because I have to get my own credit card out, I have to pay for it anyway, so I don't worry about it when it's time to get back. And mileage, of course, I can submit my mileage for my gas driving back and forth to DC. I can say honestly that in the 12 years that I've been, we usually alternate if we go somewhere, or if I go to the advocacy conference, I don't go to the national conference because nobody's told me that. I just consider it too much. So I'll choose where I think I can be a better advocate for the school board. I think that rather than worry about who got what or who didn't get what, I just apply to go, and if somebody tells me it's not there, then I can't go. I don't know how we work that out, but I think we do need to establish where we're going. and what we're doing, and it has to be a legitimate sanctioned organization. And I know, like I said, the most recent one, there are some issues with that, and we need to be aware of that. I'll send you the latest communication I've received regarding that one. But we just need to be aware of what's happening.
Madam Chair, may I please speak?
Sure.
I concur with what Board Member Slingloff said. We should be allowed, particularly when we're choosing organizations that are on the VDOE website. They are sanctioned by the VDOE. We should not have to only be participants in one or two school board organizations. And again, I concur with what Board Member Slingloff said. You know, if we are professionals and we are seeking professional development and training from the VDOE, from an organization that is sanctioned by the VDOE, then we should be allowed to go and receive training from there. So I would like to see this be an option for board members to be able to choose from VDOE sanctioned school board training organizations. Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I believe we're getting the associations confused.
Mm-hmm.
COSPA and NSBA are national
Right.
organizations.
Yes. I was gonna say.
The other organization in VSBA are state-level organizations, wherein, stamped by the VDOE is ideal. But from having gone to a COSPA's national conference, they have several workshops that they have sent out. I guess you have to get on the mailing list once you start communicating with them, because there's a lot of board members to get contact information for. But I've received several invites to different webinars that I didn't go to or didn't elect to go to, because Madam Clerk could testify, I was scheduled to go to the national conference this year, but there was something that came up and with, okay, are we NSBA or COSPA? So, because we were all under the assumption last year that we had to move wherever VSBA went. And it wasn't until we got there that we realized that, hey, we could have stayed active with the NSBA. So nationally wise, it's only the two national organizations that has the merit, and NSBA has the legacy of it. COSPA is the new kid on the block. I would move that the board table this decision, and maybe you could appoint a committee to investigate the national organization and bring back pros and cons, so we can make an informed decision as to which national association we are an affiliate of. Because I think that's what's on the table.
We're the national organization still allows us to participate with them, so we can do whatever we want with them.
Right. My question is if this is a renewal, do we have time to do that?
Madam Chair, I'm going to ask the clerk, Ms. Gardner, the annual renewal for VSBA I know comes up, I believe, June 30th, but for national dues, would you happen to know when that has to be renewed? Because to Mr. Riddick's point, depending on how the board votes for whatever national professional organization, that's going to be a policy change as well. But do you know when the renewal? Mm-hmm.
That's right.
June 30.
30th. And with that being said, it seems like we need to make a decision.
My recommendation is that you don't become a member of neither. Don't spend no money, investigate, and then if you have to become a new member again all over, then you just become a new member all over. But we don't want to say, hey, COSPA, then the committee investigates and say, oh, this was not a good fit for us, but we not spent the money. I mean, that would be my recommendation there. I'm open to other suggestions.
Madam Chair.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I agree. I would like more information because I don't know anything about COSPA. I don't know what the cost is to the school system. I don't know what is provided for the school system, and I don't even know why we have to be affiliated with one particular organization. I understand that it's good to have training so we're on the same page, but within the law and that purview, that should be the same either way. What I also want to revisit, I understand this is national boards, but I would like to see, if it's not available nationally, at least statewide, I want to add in that I would like to see there be options that make it equitable for all board members, that you have not only, you cover all different perspectives of possible board options for training, not just one particular board that forces everyone to go through that training. I believe that that's not, again, not fair. There are several other organizations, to your point, Dr. Buck, there are several organizations out there that are conservative. I believe I know which one you're referring to, but there are multiple ones, so I didn't speak to any one in particular organization, but I would like this board to at least research other possible options that makes it fair and equal for all board members.
What will it cost if we don't pay our dues on time? Because we get policy information as well as other information that we need in order to function. We get advocacy information. So if we pay our dues late, what will the fee be?
Dr. Bushbuck, I don't think Ms. Gardner has that information in front of her, but one of the things that I do know is while the board is pondering their decisions, any trainings that you do decide to go to until the board makes a decision will increase dramatically as a non-member. So that's just something just to consider.
Well, if we find that, I think we need to go ahead and pay our dues. I'm just saying. I think we need to go ahead and pay our dues because we don't need to be left out without any protection because we have no policy protection, no legal protection. Our insurer and some of the other stuff is, yeah, we get legislative information. We get all sorts of information. We have lobbyists and all sorts of people who work for school boards that we get as a result of our connection with VSBA.
Yes.
I don't think it's the request to not pay VSBA. I think we're comfortable with remaining in VSBA.
Oh, okay.
It's the NSBA versus COSPA.
Oh, okay, that's
Those
the only two things.
As far as what we don't know, VSBA does a good job with us, but
So we're going to join VSBA.
Yeah, we're still
pay
there.
that. Oh,
You know,
okay.
pay VSBA, get them their money.
Oh, okay.
But
So you don't want to pay
the national
NSBA.
NSBA, let's withhold NSBA
COSPA.
and COSPA, and no one goes to any training with expenditures from the board for those two organizations until the board makes a decision as to which one we're going to affiliate with.
Okay, that makes sense.
So I would like to amend my motion
Okay.
to table making a decision on our national affiliation, and that the chair would put together a committee to investigate and report back to the school board which of the two national organizations would we affiliate with, be it COSPA or NSBA, and that no board member would seek training at the expense of the school division from those organizations until a affiliation decision is made.
I see what you're saying. So,
Second.
okay.
Okay, it's been properly moved in second. Are we ready to vote? After our clerk gets all of that, because that was a lot.
Okay. Ready? Board members, please vote. Board Member Dr. Brittingham?
Yes.
Board Member Dr. Brooks Buck?
Yes.
Board Member Byram?
Yes.
Board Member Riddick?
Yes.
Board Member Slinglove?
Yes.
Vice Chair Howell?
Yes.
Board Chair Jenkins?
Yes.
Motion passed.
Madam Chair, I move that the board approves Resolution 23/24-32, a resolution of the school board for the city of Suffolk, Virginia, authorizing the conveyance of land not needed for school purposes located at 1507 Freeney Avenue, formerly known as Suffolk Public Schools Facilities and Planning Department, maintenance.
Second.
It's been properly moved in second. Are there any discussions?
I'm going to keep it very brief, Madam Chair. Very brief.
Are you sure?
It's with sad hesitation that we vote to turn this 1954 East Suffolk Primary School over to the city. It was my hopes and plea that we would get someone interested in coming to the board or the city with a presentation of, say, hey, we want to make affordable residential housings for our teachers and our staff here at SPS. Unfortunately, no one wanted to take the bait, so I understand what's about to happen, although it pains me. I do understand. I just wanted the constituents to know that I did work hard to try to make affordable preferential housing for Suffolk Public Schools staff only, but we didn't have anyone that was willing to move forward with it. Just to see if they was interested. I know I can't contractually get any agreements for the city or the school system, but I wanted to see if there was any biters out there. There were no takers.
Okay, thank you. And I just want to say that the city has promised that they would, once they tear that building down, that they will put a park or a walking trail, something conducive, they said, for that community. And that's what I am holding them to the fire, that they will do something that will enhance the community and the people there. So let's vote.
Board members, please vote. Board Member Dr. Brittingham?
Yes.
Board Member Dr. Brooks-Buck?
Yes.
Board Member Byram?
Yes.
Board Member Riddick?
Abstain.
Board Member Slinglove?
Yes.
Vice Chair Howell?
Yes.
Board Chair Jenkins? Yes. Motion passed.
Madam Chair, I move to approve Resolution 23/24-33, a resolution of the school board for the city of Suffolk, Virginia, authorizing the conveyance of property to the city of Suffolk, Virginia for the Nansemond Parkway Bridge replacement, and authorizing the chair of the school board to execute a deed of gift and donation to the city of Suffolk, Virginia for this purpose.
Second.
Oh,
It's been properly moved in second. Is there a discussion? And let's vote, please.
Board Member Dr. Brittingham?
Yes.
Board Member Dr. Brooks-Buck?
yes.
Board Member Byram?
Yes.
Board Member Riddick?
Yes.
Board Member Slinglove?
Yes.
Vice Chair Howell?
Yes.
Board Chair Jenkins?
Yes.
Motion passed.
Madam Chair, I move to approve Resolution 23/24-34, a resolution of the school board for the city of Suffolk, Virginia, promoting the secure storage of firearms to protect the health and safety of children enrolled in Suffolk Public Schools and those who reside in the city of Suffolk, Virginia.
Second.
It's been properly moved in second. Is there any discussion with this? We are ready to vote.
Yes.
You
yes,
have a
ma'am.
discussion?
I do,
I'm
yes,
sorry.
ma'am. So I believe that this is not something that needs to come before the board. I believe that this falls under day-to-day operations. And I'm not really sure at this point why the board is being pulled into a day-to-day operation situation. I believe this is something that falls underneath the superintendent's purview. If he so chooses to want to educate or provide pamphlets of education for families. I don't believe this is something that the board needs to be involved in. I think he can do this on his own.
Okay. Are we ready to vote?
Is this infringing on day-to-day? I just want to be on the safe side. I want to stay in governance.
Attorney Waller?
The board directs the superintendent to do things all the time. The question is how it's done. That's when you're getting into the day-to-day. you can tell the superintendent what to do, but how it's done is left up to him. And so what this says is that the school board directs the superintendent to take certain actions as necessary. So that's going to be left up to him to determine exactly how to carry that out.
Madam Chair, I guess I want to know the origination. I mean, I know I've talked to Dr. Gordon about this. I am all for gun safety in our schools. I'm all for educating the families and for supporting them in that endeavor. What I don't understand, to Dr. Brittingham's point, I don't understand the origination of this, because this states that we as a board are directing him to do it, but as far as I know, it didn't start with the board as a directive that we agreed upon that we were doing. So I'm not sure why this needs to be done. I don't know what this would entail, if there's any financial obligation to the school system with this resolution, or if it's simply communication. I'm all for communication, but I'm not sure I understand why a directive is being put out by the board when nobody knew about this, that we were directing him to do it. Where I feel like I'm not sure what came first, the resolution or the directive.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
So the resolution is the directive, and the idea and concept is based on the school board and the superintendent being on the same page to show collaboration and the importance of this. What led to this is obvious with our students at Kings Fork High School. What led to this is too many of our students have access to firearms. What led to this in my mind is also many of the things that have actually taken place in the community. So Ms. Linda, to answer the second part of your question, a lot of it's going to be centered around communication. There's also going to be some pushes that we're going to do with the Suffolk Police Department and the Sheriff's Office for assisting us with providing or obtaining lock boxes and other ways to secure our firearms. I do not want to have any more students injure themselves, kill themselves, have other traumatic things that happen because of their access to firearms. I don't want to have any more students posting videos of themselves, students having weapons in their vehicles, on their person, in their neighborhood. This was our way of saying that the school board and staff was going to be able to extend many of the same safety protocols that we have in our schools out into the community and make the school division a center point for communication about this. As you know, Ms. Linglev, when we had I think it was the gun awareness piece, poorly attended, and that was a joint meeting that took place with the Suffolk Police Department. So we want to be able to take the lead on the secure storage of firearms, which means that we're going to ask our school community to do some things and provide some data that surrounds that. So the resolution, as I said earlier, is the directive. If the board doesn't want to, I don't want to use the word be dragged into it like was stated earlier, if the board isn't comfortable doing that, then they always have the option to vote it down. But we believe that it was going to be a good way to show collaboration between the school system and the school board for something that is obviously having a negative impact in our community.
Madam Chair, I want to make sure I speak this as clear as possible. I don't think that the board has an issue with the overall objective. We didn't know it was coming. And we want to work with you as well as with the other departments, because versus hearing about it, to actually have to eulogize some of these funerals and see the crying mother and console relatives because you're some kin to them, that's a different walk. And I've walked in that shoes countless of times, buried countless of friends. Of 34, I'm one of the last 10 that are left, and we all under 34 years of age. So I definitely understand and agree with what you want to do. And I do see where there's funding for us to strategically implement this through the Department of Justice. It's just that when we have these types of ideas, me personally, I would like to see us have more conversation before it shows up on an agenda. Because handing a resolution and saying approve it, we're being blindsided in so many words as to what's going on, why is it happening, versus us being involved in the developmental stage. Because I was a part of the Be Fight Free campaign that we had here in Suffolk Public Schools when we were losing a lot of kids to gun violence. Attorney Waller could attest, 2004 and 5 was a tough year. And a lot of us force-fitted our childhood to come down and speak to city council about stuff like this and speak to school board. So you have my support. It's just I want to be involved in this stuff when it's developed.
Are we ready to vote?
Board members, please vote. Board Member Dr. Brittingham.
Yes.
Board Member Dr. Brooks Buck.
Yes.
Board Member Byram.
Yes.
Board Member Riddick.
Yes.
Board Member Slinglove.
Yes.
Vice Chair Howell.
Yes.
Board Chair Jenkins.
Yes.
Motion passed.
Madam Chair, I move to approve Resolution 23/24-35, a resolution of the School Board for the City of Suffolk, Virginia, expressing its support for a recovery school for students in Region 2 who are addicted to substances.
Second.
It's been properly moved in second. Is there any discussion?
Madam Chair, I just want to know a little bit more about this, because this is yet another item that's on the agenda that's just been kind of added to the agenda. I want a little bit more information. What will be our responsibility in this new facility? I understand it's going to be centered out in Virginia Beach, but what is our portion of that? What will we be responsible for as this facility becomes up and running?
Madam Chair.
Sure.
Virginia Beach was granted the authority to create a recovery school in Region 2 per the General Assembly. They were given a $500,000 startup grant in order to do so. There is currently one in Region 1 that is centered in Chesterfield County Public Schools, where all the schools in Region 1 use that for students who are addicted to substances. The school will actually be housed in Chesapeake, but it's going to be funded as Virginia Beach being the fiscal agent, very similar to how we have with CSEP and the Governor Schools of the Arts having Norfolk as the fiscal agent. We were asking for the board support to be able to join this, especially with the current opioid addiction that is occurring. Support has already been given by Norfolk Public Schools. Portsmouth Public Schools actually gave their support tonight. Dr. Cotton with Chesapeake is expecting his board to be able to support it on June 24th. And it will be presented with the schools that are listed at the Virginia Beach School Board meeting on June 25th. Suffolk Public Schools does not have any financial means or obligation to it until it is time for students to actually be enrolled. And then it will be a tuition-based process, just like we do for CSEP and the Governor School of the Arts. This is going to be our way of any of our students who are addicted to substances to be able to continue their education while still going through a rehab program instead of being locked away and more than likely becoming a dropout. So this is something that the entire region is in favor of. We were looking to establish a south side location to make it easier for any students in Suffolk that unfortunately would have to join this recovery school to be able to get to, which is part of the reason why Chesapeake was chosen as the location. So I'm asking for the board support tonight. Again, there's already been support by Norfolk, Virginia Beach. Portsmouth actually did theirs about 30 minutes ago. And we're asking for the board to be able to join this to support our students.
Madam Chair, I want to thank Dr. Gordon for explaining the things missing from this resolution. I appreciate what you just shared with us. And I'm in full support of this. I just wanted a little bit more information because, again, this was just brought to us and provided to us. So thank you, Dr. Gordon, for that explanation.
Are we ready to vote?
Ma'am.
Okay.
Board members, please vote. Board Member Dr. Brittingham.
Yes.
Board Member Dr. Brooks Buck.
Yes.
Board Member Byram.
Yes.
Board Member Riddick.
Yes.
Board Member Slinglove.
Yes.
Vice Chair Howell.
Yes.
Board Chair Jenkins.
Yes.
Motion passed.
Madam Chair, I move to approve Resolution 23/24-36, a resolution of the School Board for the City of Suffolk, Virginia, approving an award to GC Commercial Incorporated pursuant to written invitation to bid issued by Suffolk Public Schools.
Second.
It's been properly moved in second. Is there any questions, discussions? Let's vote.
Board members, please vote. Board Member Dr. Brittingham?
Yes.
Board Member Dr. Brooks Buck?
Yes.
Board Member Byram?
Yes.
Board Member Riddick?
Yes.
Board Member Slinglove?
Yes.
Vice Chair Howell?
Yes.
Board Chair Jenkins?
Yes.
Motion passed.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I move to approve Resolution 23/24-37, a resolution of the School Board for the City of Suffolk, Virginia, approving an award to RRMM Architects pursuant to a written request for proposals issued by Suffolk Public Schools.
Second.
It's been properly moved in second. Any questions? Let's vote.
Board members, please vote. Board Member Dr. Brittingham?
Yes.
Board Member Dr. Brooks Buck?
Yes.
Board Member Byram?
Yes.
Board Member Riddick?
Yes.
Board Member Slinglove?
Yes.
Vice Chair Howell?
Yes.
Board Chair Jenkins?
Yes.
Motion passed.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I move to approve Resolution 23/24-38, a resolution of the School Board for the City of Suffolk, Virginia, amending its adopted budget for Suffolk Public Schools for fiscal year 2024-2025 by the sum of $5,859,206 for a total adopted amended budget for Suffolk Public Schools for fiscal year 2024-2025 in the sum of $248,588,927.
Second.
Second.
Any discussion?
I'm sorry, who seconded that?
A lot of people.
I did. Ms. Byram did. Somebody else did too.
Are we ready to vote?
Yes.
Board members, please. I'm sorry. Okay. Board members, please vote. Dr. Brittingham?
No.
I'm sorry.
No.
Board Member Dr. Brooks Buck?
Yes.
Board Member Byram?
Yes.
Board Member Riddick?
Yes.
Board Member Slinglove?
Yes.
Vice Chair Howell?
Yes.
Board Chair Jenkins?
Yes.
Motion passed.
Madam Chair, I move to approve Resolution Number 23/24-39, a resolution approving the terms and conditions of a right-of-way agreement between the Suffolk City School Board and Virginia Electric and Power Company, DBA Dominion Energy, Virginia.
Move to approve.
Second.
Second. I'm sorry, seconded. She moved to approve.
Third.
Second. Third.
Is there any
We got it.
discussion? Let's vote, please.
Board members, please vote. Board Member Dr. Brittingham?
Yes.
Board Member Dr. Brooks Buck?
Yes.
Board Member Byram?
Yes.
Board Member Riddick?
Yes.
Board Member Slinglove?
Yes.
Vice Chair Howell?
Yes.
Board Chair Jenkins?
Yes.
Motion passed.
And we do not have any,
We have to do the bills and
I'm sorry. Okay, payment of bills.
Madam Chair, I move to approve the bills and payroll.
Second.
Been properly moved in second. Are we ready to vote? Let's vote.
Board Member Dr. Brittingham?
No.
Board Member Dr. Brooks Buck?
Yes.
Board Member Byram?
Yes.
Board Member Riddick?
Yes.
Board Member Slinglove?
No.
Vice Chair Howell?
Yes.
Board Chair Jenkins?
Yes.
Motion passed.
We don't have any.
No, we don't.
Okay. So we will have comments by the school board members. Dr. Brittingham, you're first.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to start off by just sharing a little bit about where I've been this past month. On the 15th of May, I visited the ZIAC committee meeting, and it was really nice to see the turnout there and the discussion that was had. I appreciated what the chair of the committee brought and shared with us, and I enjoyed being able to sit there and listen to parents and staff members discuss important issues for students with special needs. I then attended the support staff banquet on the 16th and was able to see support staff members recognized. I went to the pilot club meeting on the 20th and saw school staff recognized for excellence. Then on the 30th, I went to the SPS retirement banquet and was just overjoyed to see how many have served our community, Suffolk Public School community for so long. The icing on the cake was an employee that had served as a bus driver for 70 years, so that was really cool to be a part of that. And then I went to Lakeland High School for the Senior Night Awards, and that was really rewarding to watch all of these academically great students and hearing about all of their achievements and their scholarships. And then last weekend, we had the pleasure of being at graduation and watching all 3 of the schools and the students graduate there. So it has been an eventful month for me, and I have enjoyed engaging with different people in the community and with different staff members and different committees and banquets. And so I just appreciate that time. I also want to thank the board tonight for all of the great discussions that we have had. I know that not everybody is on the same page about everything, but I certainly appreciate the candor and the willingness to have difficult discussions, sometimes tiresome discussions, but discussions all the same. And I look forward to having more of these discussions and work sessions as we are working together as a board of 7 for what's best for the students and the staff and the teachers here in Suffolk Public Schools. And so with that, I will say good night.
Dr. Buck?
Thank you. I wanted to mention several things. I think the first thing I want to mention is Dr. Gordon reminded me at the wonderful event at Hub 757 that I always refer to Fred Cherry as my school, because it is a school that I fought very hard for, along with other board members. And it's an honor and a privilege to be affiliated with it. I was so proud of the students and the teachers there who won the blue ribbon from the VMEAA. And I wanted to say that because it was such a nice affair, the students, the parents, and the attendees were dressed so well. They behaved like they were dressed. It was really an elegant affair, and I was very proud of them and all they did, and the fact that the band, the orchestra, and the choir won first place in each of their events and their performances in the competition. It was just an honor to superior ratings for their performances. So that's the first thing. The STEM leads, the 6 years of Project Lead the Way awards, I mean, we have to give them credit for that, for the opportunities. The art program, the Maurice Hunt and the Woodsman Award, our athletes in middle school, the Bronze Trailblazers with the United Way. I mean, just all of the things that are going on. The CTE grant, out of 16 people, we got it. But I'll tell you, the thing that was amazing to me, and I did mention it a little bit, the 7, I believe I counted 7, but the students who received dual diplomas, their degrees from Paul DeCamp, as well as their diplomas from high school. They were just amazing. And to look at almost $40 million, 39 point, Dr. Gordon, help me with that, 39.85. So $39.85 million in scholarship offers. That's tremendous for our 3 schools, and $18 million at Kings Fork. I'm just so proud of all of them, of all of their accomplishments, of what they did, and the students were wonderful. Their parents and all of them, I can just say congratulations to each and every one. To all of those who retired, we attended so many awards programs and our retirement programs, to those honorees who left us, to our bus driver who drove our bus for 70 years. My hat is off to the man, because I have always said I would clean the bathrooms in schools before I drove a school bus. That's just not my job. I would really be upset if I had to drive and people were making noise and do all sorts of things behind me. That's just not my job. I can't do it. My hat is off to people who do. But I think that he is amazing, and I was so proud of all of the people and all of their accomplishments in schools. This staff and these people do a wonderful job at what they do, and there's not enough praise to give them to even match what they deserve. I want to thank them. Mr. Waller, since it is June, I want to thank you for what you have been put through. You just take a licking and keep on ticking, you and Dr. Gordon and several others who just, Mrs. Forsman and some of the other folks. So much you have been through this year and every year. I just appreciate you and appreciate all that you have to go through just to come to work every day, live every day, and do what you have to do. So I just want to say thank you, especially for what you all do. And of course, our chief of schools and our chief academic officers and all of those in human resources and everybody everywhere. Thank you for what you do, and have a great summer. I'm done.
Thank you. Mrs. Byram?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Madam Chair. Congratulations, as always, to the Spotlight teachers in the Spotlight for May. They always do an outstanding job on that. I love hearing about that. Also, I'd like to congratulate also the Pathways program, Ms. Roundtree at Nansemond River and Ms. McDonald at Lakeland High School for 6 years have won awards for our school system. They're both tremendous programs. I'm proud to say that I pushed for those programs to be developed and have seen the fruition of those programs during my tenure on the board. Also, I'd like to congratulate those that were recognized this evening for the Next Level Leadership Program, which I think is a wonderful program in our school system. And I want to have a special congratulation to, of course, one of my former students who was included in that, Ms. Katrina Allman. She's a Nansemond River graduate, and she's one of my very sweet young students that I taught a long time ago. And I have followed her throughout the school system. She's been with us for quite a while now. And I want to give her a special shout out this evening. Also, I want to say special thank you to all of our 2,300 school board employees. SPS is lucky to have these people who are dedicated and persevere, and we've had another successful year. And I thank them from the bottom of my heart. I also want to have a special thank you to our superintendent, Dr. Gordon, and his staff for their educational leadership and their dedication. They are always dedicated, as Dr. Buck says. They keep on working countless hours that people don't even know about. And I thank them for all that they are doing for our school system and for our children. A special congratulations to all those graduates. We had over 1,000 to graduate on Saturday. Unfortunately, because of health reasons, could not be there. I had surgery and I trying to recuperate. But I did tune in to Lakeland, Kings Fork, and Nansemond River, and I thoroughly enjoyed it. I thank those students for being such a success, for bringing academic success to us, athletic success, musical, and all the extracurricular activities that they were involved in. They have made us what we are. And the scholarship money, I think last year we had about 32 million. This year we're up to 39.85 or whatever. And that is just wonderful for 2024. We in Suffolk Public Schools have again been blessed. And good evening, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Board Member Slingloff.
So I think it's a very exciting month that we've had in Suffolk Public Schools. We've been doing a lot of celebrating, and I just want to, again, recognize all the teachers of the year, the support staff of the year, those that have retired, those with the Next Level Leadership Program, the participants that were awarded tonight, as well as the seniors and who received the awards that they've received and all the scholarships, which is just phenomenal how much money they've received. And all those that graduated this last weekend, that was such a high energy, enjoyable day to be with everyone. Project Lead the Way, those that completed the program and the celebration, and just to all of our teachers, staff, administration, parents for your commitment to the school, to your students, to your fellow teachers, and everyone that participated in making SPS what it is this year and bringing the success of the year about. So thank you. Thank you to everyone that's in this room who has stuck it out with us this evening through thick and thin. So we're very grateful. And I pray that everybody has a wonderful summer, gets refreshed and renewed, and it's time to start planning for the fall.
Board Member Riddick.
First and foremost, I want to say I had an outstanding time this past week as I've ventured out through various community groups in the historic Suffolk Borough and had fruitful dialogue addressing tough issues. It was outstanding, very rewarding, and very informative. I had the pleasure and honor to attend graduation for Kings Fork High School and Lakeland High School, and I was fighting back tears of joy as I got the opportunity to witness, I call them my children, because when you're in a big family, we raise everybody. You may have had them, but we share the responsibility. But to hand my two nephews and my niece their diplomas as they graduated with honors from Lakeland and in Kings Fork, and to see so many of the young people that I work with through Straighten Up and Fly Right and through church and other community endeavors, as well as some of the students I drove on the bus, and they came up to me and gave hugs, and I forgot who they were. It was just like, how did you get all this facial hair all of a sudden? But it was extremely rewarding. But the highlight of the night goes to Miss Brock at Booker T. Washington Elementary School. Miss Brock did an outstanding job along with her team. And they had promotion ceremonies and graduation ceremonies all week. And I got to see my daughter be promoted from kindergarten to first grade. I got to witness the fifth grade students get promoted on last night as well. It's outstanding when you see that community environment and how they pull together. There were some representatives from our church that I pastor who went out and worked alongside Booker T. Washington, and some family members as well. It's outstanding what we can do and what we can achieve when we set aside the isms and the phobias and work together. I want to say thank you to the Suffolkians and the historic Suffolk Borough for once again allowing me to be a board representative, and I'm not going to belong the night. Thank you, Dr. Gordon and staff, Attorney Waller and Ms. Gardner and Ms. Johnson and Dr. Whiting. You all did an outstanding job tonight. Take care.
Vice Chair.
Thank you. Gosh, when it gets to me, everything's already been said, but I will just repeat, it's been a busy month of celebrations, and it's my favorite time of year, with senior awards and all the staff recognition banquets, especially the support staff banquet where we recognized Miss Gardner for her hard work. Many of you know how hard she works, but she's literally been my right arm on this board for 3 years now. So I am just so thankful to have been able to celebrate her. Graduation is always fun. It's really hard to believe when you, your friends' children are graduating and you realize yours are going to be graduating very soon too. And I feel like it was just a few years ago that I sat in those seats as a Nansemond River graduate. Kind of hard to swallow sometimes. Congratulations, every single SPS employee, every single member of this team on another successful year. You have earned rest, and I pray that you get that. Have a happy and peaceful summer vacation, and we will see you soon.
I just want to close by saying, like everyone else, thank everyone for all your hard work throughout this school year. Thank you to Ms. Neighbors for making sure we had excellent talent to come before us at every board meeting, except for this one, this year. The singing, the playing, all of it, it was great. So I want to thank all those students. I too attended all the banquets and field days and honor ceremonies in the elementary and the high schools, and it does do our heart glad to see our students and how they congratulate and cheer for each other. That just warms my heart. They're not being selfish, but they also congratulate their peers. And it is my hope that that will continue as they get older, that they'll have that spirit, that they will be lifting each other up and not tearing each other down. Dr. Gordon, as always, you do a phenomenal job, and your cabinet and your staff and everyone. And thank you to the ones that cook the amazing food that we eat, like the ribs we had tonight. Thank you so much, because it was so good. And I will put our chefs against anyone, Bobby Flay, whoever, it doesn't matter. They will win hands down. And thank you to the two twins that came up and led our Pledge of Allegiance tonight. And I think that is all I have. And graduation, oh yeah, graduation, that was great. Thank you to our graduates. You completed those 13 years, and like I said in the speech, whatever you decide to do, if you take a gap, don't gap too long. Keep going, because life is not going to wait. So just keep doing great things. And if you all need us, SPS will be here for you. And I don't think it's anything else on the agenda. Let's go home.